We are live, I think. Should be. Sorry I'm starting late today. It happens. It happens. It was a rough day for sleeping, as it often is. So yeah. How is everybody today? It's Monday. It's Monday. I hope your week's starting off okay. And we are getting ready here. There's some stuff going on I had to deal with when I woke up. And not to mention that I woke up late because I couldn't even fall asleep till almost 9:30 this morning. It's been a day. It's been a day, and now that we're about to go live, there's this weird ass mechanical vibration. It sounds like a heavy vehicle running. Don't know where the fuck it's coming from. We can't find it. But it is driving me insane. Alright. So, we're getting back to work on our roof. We're just gonna jump right on back in here. And I realized I'm probably making our sections a little too small. What?
Huh? Nothing.
What's with the gloves?
I'm getting those wood chips.
Oh, you need 2 pairs?
They're really thin. Remember my green ones are dead after I shredded them?
Where's your black ones?
Those died a long time ago.
Oh, I didn't know that the good black ones died. Sorry. We're trying to set up a cat shelter for the outdoor cat. Because it's supposed to get below freezing tonight. We don't know if he's gonna use it because he never used the cardboard box that we had put out there for him, so we're not real confident it's gonna do much. And we have very limited supplies. We just had to sacrifice one of our recycling bins to try to do something. But I have a feeling the rat bastard has places that he goes, because he'll disappear for like a full day sometimes, so I feel like he has places that we just don't know about. Cat, what are you doing? Pea butt. You're gonna fall. You're not the most graceful cat. He's trying to balance on something to look out the window at the cat outside. He does not like that cat outside. Which is one of the reasons why the cat outside can't come inside. Alright. And found out the mother-in-law is on her way back. So we didn't have the opportunity to fix the door like we wanted to, so yay. Like I said, it's been a busy, what time is it? Hour and a half that I've been awake. But like I said, some things and stuff had to be attended to while it was still light out. After I got up. And we will see what happens. Alright. So, we've got our ridiculously light minty green. What is this? This is Macron green, I believe. Is what this color is called in this brand of yarn. This is from Paint Box Yarns, and this is their Simply Chunky brand line. Not sponsored in any way, shape, or form. I got this from Lovecraft. And they seem to always be having some kind of yarn or something on sale. I'm getting like emails like every couple of days. Oh, this is on sale. Oh, this is on sale. I'm like, I don't have any money. I want to buy the things. I don't have any money to buy the things. Oh, and one of the games I want to try, I got an email about too today. I'm like, no. Stop it. So, yeah, I've got a game on my wish list from Steam. It's not a great sale, but it is a sale. But I'm pretty sure that was what it was on sale for before. I'm like, why is everything suddenly on sale when I don't have money? It's the way it always is, isn't it? That is the way it always seems to be. This is still just a little bit thin in this middle spot here, I think. So we'll get that kind of filled in there. It doesn't have to be super thick if you don't want it to be. So as we can see, I didn't get any work done last night. I was in beta for Dragonflight most of the night, trying to level through and getting my thoughts together on what I was experiencing in green gear compared to what we might be witnessing in other types of gear. Kind of questing through like a Green Man kind of challenge there. So, I mean, we do have that little bit of an angle there. I think we can deal with that with the icing around it, so that should be okay there. Next color, I guess, is gonna be our purple. For a second, I thought I grabbed the wrong purple again. I was like, oh no, wait. And then I remembered I haven't put them back since last night, so. Still can't believe I did that. Well, no, I can't believe I did it, but at the same time, it's like, damn it. Damn it, really. Okay. So where are we gonna put this guy? Where do we want this guy? Maybe here. Oh my god, this mechanical vibration noise is driving me crazy. You guys, I don't think you can hear it, but it's this incessant hum, like the wall sounds like it's vibrating. It almost, I can't really equate it to like a semi-truck idling, but it's just this goddamn vibrating hum. Like, I don't even know what to equate it to. I actually wonder if it's coming from the car wash, because a lot of times they have to have somebody come in and dig the drainage holes out from the car wash stalls, because everybody brings their muddy ass vehicles in there, and like the mud clogs up the drains. I'm almost wondering if that's what I'm hearing. But oh my god, the hum just it hurts. It's a hurting hum, and I'm just like, oh, this is torture. What is this? Like, it has almost a vaguely construction noise type of sound, and they did break ground on the new gas station that's moving into the area. But they would have stopped working on that by now for the day, and we shouldn't hear that here. We're not that close to that construction site, but oh my god, this fucking hum is almost painful. It's ridiculous. That was a motorcycle. I don't know, maybe my ears are just affected by bassy noises more so than most people, but husband says he can kind of hear it. And it's not our neighbor next door. They've got a completely different sounding vehicle. I almost need like noise canceling headphones, or earbuds or something. Do noise canceling earbuds work? They are a thing, right? Or am I misremembering? I can't do the weight of the of like the headphones. The weight of them just always bothers me, and it like does something to the way that my glasses touch my face, and then that gets super upsetting. But I think they do make noise canceling earbuds, but I don't know if it would help with this situation, because I can feel the vibration down in my ears. Alright. So everybody had a decent excuse me. Hope everybody had a decent week. Or a decent weekend, shall we say. Week hasn't really gotten started yet. So, I mean, hopefully you do have a decent week. Hopefully it was a decent Monday. Mondays can always be a little rough. For sure. Alright. Do you have a pen for that, or do we need to pick up some pens tomorrow?
I have a pen somewhere.
Okay. Because you don't like my pen. Actually, I might have a pen in my drawer, I just don't know if it works. Sorry, we have paperwork to get filled out. Alrighty, Roo. Get this tapped in here. That seems like that's a decent coverage there. I just couldn't get it peeled back up. Okay. Alright, so what do we say to yellow next? Say yellow. Yellow, it's yellow. I have a couple pieces where the yarn didn't completely rush out. That's alright. That'll be just fine. Once we get it all incorporated, it won't really matter so much. And I kind of realized we were making these a little bit small in that row up there, so I was like, oh, you know what? We'll be here for forever and a day if we keep up with that size. But it doesn't have to be uniformly sized through the whole thing either. It's going to be kind of hard to do that without a stencil, to be perfectly honest, because I just totally flubbed the length on that one. Like I said, it's gonna be wonky. That's just how it's gonna be. Because it's me. It's me kind of wonky, that's all. Alright. Just trying to see what the heck we're doing in here. Make sure I don't overtake our icing line there. So did you turn the heat back off, or is it still running?
No, it's still on.
Okay.
I just turned it down.
Okay. We had to turn the heat on earlier to get the first use of the season burnt, dusty smell done and over with. Because it's supposed to get cold as shit tonight. For this area. We still have to bring that cat grass in. And try to figure out how we're going to hide it from Peabody so he doesn't destroy it all. I don't think we have anything we can put over top of it. Oh, you know what? Maybe we can set a kitty litter bucket over top of it and just use 2 buckets, and that might work. Because it's not fully grown in yet, and if we leave all 4 containers where he can get to it, he will destroy all 4 containers in moments. Alrighty. Finish getting this color filled in, and then I think we'll go with our orangey color in here, and then we might do just like a little corner bit there of green again, perhaps. I think we need just a little bit more yellow. That spot right there is just a little bit thin, I think. Alrighty. So we'll get that filled in. It's kind of weird that we're not carving pumpkins, or that we haven't carved pumpkins for the past couple of years. But, you know, just don't have the income to burn on them. Maybe next, well, no, that might be a disaster. I don't know if we have the right soil for that either. I was gonna say maybe next year we can try to grow a couple pumpkins. But I don't even know if they'd get big enough to carve. That we might have to look into a bit more. Alright. That all. See, like up in here we're almost down, and then our fresh line here is kind of taken over. Alright, so now we'll grab our peachy orange color. And we'll see what we can do with that. Yeah, because I mean, that would be ridiculous to have it that entire space, so maybe from here to maybe here. We'll see how this goes for us. And we'll get this all tucked into here. Alright, so I'm just gonna kind of scrunch this up a little bit. Carefully try to get this guy worked in around our icing color here a bit. Because I kind of want it tucked right up on the icing line. I don't want to lose the icing line, you know. So we'll see how we can go with that. Where's he licking? Because I did put some hot spot spray on him.
He was licking on a thing on his front leg.
Okay, that's not where I sprayed, so he might have another one. I've seen a couple tiny ones trying to form on him. Ugh, hot spots are such a pain to deal with. I mean, we have this tea tree oil spray for hot spots, and that does seem to help. to a degree, but I mean, it only does so much, right? So, okay. And this one all tucked into here. So tonight's going to be another busy night for me. Every night's busy night. But I have all kinds of stuff I have to deal with tonight. So after we get done together, I have to make dinner, I have to do house chore things, and I really need to shampoo a rug, but it's gonna be so cold tomorrow. Or overnight. I don't know if I should. I don't know if it's gonna dry. Alright, now, green. Okay. What earth is that? Like a piece of something. Don't know what that was. It wasn't yarn, that's for sure. Okay. So let's get our last little guy on the end here filled in. Or at least try to. Alrighty, he's gonna be a bit of a smaller guy just because of spacing and everything. I probably would have had to start on the ends and worked my way in. Keep that from happening because, you know, I know how I am. Alright, so we'll get this guy, this color all good and tucked in there. And we'll probably try to get another row or so here. Even though he's a little guy. Alright, so we've got I think we'll do, we don't have any yellow on like the end at all. We actually don't have that much yellow in here compared to the other colors. Purple and green seem to be our more prominent shades here at the moment. So let's see what we can do to fix that. Alright, so how do we... This will maybe go here. To start getting this worked in. Alright, and then take that up to there. So this color is called Banana Cream. I think it feels like more of like a frosted lemon, but I guess it is a little pale for a lemon. Actually, I don't think they called any of their yellows lemon. They have a daffodil that's been out of stock that I haven't been able to get. They had a straight up color they called mustard. There was the buttercup. I think I did pick up buttercup. There was something similar to the Varsity Gold and Big Twist, but I don't think I picked that one up. So we kind of didn't need it, so. Alright. Ah, strings of fluff. The fluff is taking over. The fluffin' stuff. Fluffin' stuff, fluffin' stuff. Alrighty. So we'll get this worked in. Alright, I'm gonna pop this up because I'm not entirely sure how thick we are. Let's see here. I mean, it's not bad. It'll be a little thicker, but it should be alright. Okay, so that's gonna lead us to doing, excuse me, another orange guy right in here. Don't know where all these little flies are coming from. Are they coming from the crab tank?
What?
All these little flies?
I don't think so. I didn't see any when I was spraying.
There's a couple that keep hovering around my desk for no reason. I don't even know how they're getting in here. Alright, so we will take this guy to maybe there. There might be good. Okay. Getting this tucked into here. Okay. So what are any art projects that you guys are working on? Anything at all? I don't care what it is. It could be knitting, it could be crocheting, it could be watercolor, gouache, wood carving, acrylic painting, oil painting, paper mache sculpting. What are you guys working on? Anything that you're excited about? No, I haven't done the icing on that row that we just finished. I wanted to get another row worked in here first. Just to kind of give us something to separate. It's a little bit easier when there is that other row. That way you're kind of getting two rows at once in some spots. That might need just a little bit more. We'll see here though. Let's see. I know it's a little thin on the edge, but we're gonna have our white coming in around in there and then up in there, so that might be alright. Okay. Now, alright. I guess we're back due for green here. Oh, the little wispy flyaways. Okay. They have a mind of their own today. Alright, so this guy will start about here. Get you tucked up there. And then perhaps we'll take you over to here. Oh god, the hum finally stopped. Oh, thank you.
I just noticed too.
Oh my god, like the silence just kind of like took over. That was bad. Whew, thank you. If it starts up again, then it's gotta be coming from the car wash. Because traffic's not that bad that somebody would be sitting at the corner waiting to turn all that time. Because we've seen them down there some nights at like 10 o'clock at night where they're still digging out the drainage, I don't even know what the hell to call it. Drainage compartments, I guess. Drainage pits. In the car wash. Because people bring their four-wheelers and shit in there, and they're all covered in mud and their farm equipment. Alrighty. So I think we'll do maybe purple here on the next one over. Is what I'm thinking. Perhaps. So if we go purple here, purple. I mean, we could do another yellow there at the very end. Or we could do another orange. We might do another yellow. Alright. So get this worked into this blank spot and finish filling in our circle. As best as we can. Now the center of that still feels just the slightest bit thin. So I might just, let's just fill in with this last little bit of this color that I have pulled out. I haven't had to fluff more of this color yet. I might have to fluff some more yellow. Actually, I might need to fluff a little bit more of all of these before we declare the roof well and truly done. But we'll see. Okay, so get that kind of smoothed down here on the back. And let's see where we're at up here. Okay, I think I need our zebra back. Alright, what did I say we were doing next? Purple. Alright, so purple friends. Purpley friends. Okay. So we're still in frame there. Looks like it. So we'll get this start to be tapped in there. And get this all tucked up here together. So I'm thinking we might actually need to do, oh no, I guess we could fit one color into here, I suppose. Just have to make it a little bit longer. Maybe a little bit bigger. Alrighty. But so far, so good. I'm ecstatic that our house actually is freestanding. I mean, the idea was there, I just wasn't so sure that we were gonna pull that off, to be perfectly honest. You know, not all of the plans work out in the end. Alright, so if we go icing and then, right, so we'll grab our yellow friend here. And we'll work on getting you in place. Well, that is quite a big swath of yellow here, but I guess that's okay. All right. I know it's a little big there, but I think we can excuse that. I think that should be okay. And everybody's kind of at the same height, length now, I guess. We've got everybody kind of evened back up for the moment. Don't know how long that's gonna last, but we'll see. We will see. Alrighty, I swear I just heard it sound like a chainsaw. You hear that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not crazy. Well, at least not crazy about that at the moment. Alright. Kind of surprised I didn't see a mad dash of mad panic rush of people trying to get firewood tonight on Facebook. It is supposed to get pretty nippy for here tonight. I think they're looking at in the mid-20s tonight for here. That's kind of cold for October. I mean, the depths of December and January and February, not so much, but October, this is kind of a shocking, quick cold front that we're needing to deal with here. I think it's going to be like 2 or 3 days, and then by the end of the week, I'm sure we'll probably have the air conditioning back on, because it's gonna be creeping back up towards the 80s again. That's how things roll here. Apparently we're not south enough to be considered deep south, but we're not north enough to be considered
not south.
Yeah, so we're kind of stuck in this paradoxal not really Bermuda Triangle, but I guess, you know, just this like weird vortex, Pandora's box of mystery weather that seems to want to change every 20 minutes. Alright, let's go with purple. Don't have any purple here. I swear you don't even know like how to dress this time of year. It's so crazy. Alright. So maybe about, say, there. And this guy worked into here. Alright, don't want to go too crazy and overtake my yellow here. Oh, I feel so nasally today. My allergies are so bad. And it's been so dry. That's not helping either. I think I'm gonna have to turn our humidifier back on. I mean, we did get a bit of rain the other night. What night was that? Saturday night, I guess. Nowhere near what we need. We actually need a couple of days of steady rain around here, as we were hedging back into drought conditions we've been flirting with drought. Our area's been dating drought, actually, for a couple of months off. They seem to have an off again, on again relationship right now, and they seemed to have broke it off for a couple of weeks, and now I think we're hedging back in. I think Saturday night was probably like a friends with benefits situation, so I don't think there's even talk of rain for at least another week. Are you good? Do I need to make you dinner tonight?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh yes, we have to bring in the stuff from the car tonight because that's gonna freeze. It's not freezing temperature yet, so can wait a little bit. But that is definitely on the list. Did you ever get his Aquafina?
I'd get it at Hearts.
Okay.
They didn't have it.
I just kind of remembered. I didn't remember. Like, I vaguely remembered you saying you couldn't find it at the one place, and then it was never mentioned again, so I didn't know if you ever managed to get it or not. Alright, so we need a little bit more filling in with this color. Not quite filled in enough yet for my liking. And get that taken care of. I always notice the smudges on my glasses at the worst possible time. I see one now, and it's one of those smudges that's not gonna wipe off without a problem, so I'm just gonna have to cope with that for right now. What do we say? Let's check this one. See where we're sitting at with that. Okay. That all smoothed down and flattened there. Alright, that's pretty good. Okay, next up. I think we'll hit up our yellow here next. Feels like a good time for some yellow. Sorry, I'm just tucking the little wispy ends in so we can have a piece that's a little more willing to cooperate with us. Alrighty. So see, our rough pass on the cookie color doesn't matter quite so much when we start getting our roof worked in here, because we're basically covering it up. Now, I know some people might be thinking, well, why did you bother doing the cookie color at all if you were just going to cover it up? And that's just, you know, for any splits or gaps that don't get properly covered with the roof pieces or like the icing, it'll just give it more of that cookie feel if you have some of the cookie color showing through in some spots, you know, or icing slipped or something just didn't get properly put into place. I feel like it would be better to keep the fantasy flow than having the dark of the base felt there. But that's just me and how I felt about it. You don't want to do the cookie color pass? You most certainly don't have to. I also feel like it gives our roof panels a little bit more stability. Alright, we're gonna need a little bit more of our banana cream color here. So we get that worked in, and I'm fairly happy with how this paint box yarn is behaving so far. I mean, it's not terrible. It's definitely a bit more budget friendly. For what we're doing here, so that's definitely a plus. Maybe just a little bit more, just to beef this color up a bit. Alright, so we've got 2 rows that we still need to do our icing lines on them. That's fine, we'll get there. We'll get there. Alright, gently peel that up. It's kind of cool on the back, you can kind of see our scalloped edges there from putting the icing in. You can see our little semicircles. So that's kind of fun. Not that the back really matters, because you know, we're not really going to be seeing that, but it's still kind of fun. Alright. Now, okay, we're going to need our peachy orangey color, I think. Orange peach. Okay, so this one, let's start to work that into here. Oh no, see, our yellow got a little short on us. That's okay. It's gonna happen. Not a tremendously big deal. Because the fiber's gonna do what it's gonna do. We just kind of have to try to guide to it and suggest to it where we'd really like it to go. And sometimes we can get it there. Other times it's just like, nope, I'm going here. It's like, that's not what I told you to do. But, you know, it's fine. Wait, is this our orange? Yeah, I think so. I keep moving what side the fluff is sitting on as I'm working on it, so I wasn't sure if this was remnants of a color I didn't move back. Because these pastel-y colors, when they're fluffed out, they all kind of have like a white overtone to them on this placemat I have it sitting on. So I wasn't 100% sure which color I actually had in my hand until I started stabbing it through the others and got it doubled up on itself. Like in the bags, they look like the color they're supposed to be. Because there's so many of the fibers against each other. You alright?
Yeah, I'm almost tapping.
Oh, okay. Did you hear from Tyler yet?
Yeah, he can't make it tomorrow. They've got a test. Like, they have to do a demo for the dean the day after, so they've got one.
Oh God.
Yeah. So he's gonna be busy tomorrow. Getting the thing working.
He's busy roboting.
Yes.
So, you know, that's understandable. So are you asking that?
Everyone else is good, so barring any problems, we're still having the game tomorrow.
Okay, so you might just be a couple minutes late. And I don't even know if you're really going to be late if we're...
oh, I did stop by to make sure that the local was participating, which they are.
They are?
Yep.
Are they limiting how many people can get, or...?
I mean, it's based off supply, but if we're there early... I
would like to get 2, just because I know I'm going to be hungry, but...
Well, I assume we were going to be there at 10:30.
Yeah.
Like, if you want, we can go park at 10 o'clock and just park in the parking lot so we have a space.
Well, are you going to go in, or are you getting in the drive-thru?
Well, it depends on what we end up doing.
Alright. Sorry, tomorrow's Boo Bucket Day at McDonald's. Tuesday. It starts on Tuesday, the 18th. Everything's happening on the 18th. The Boo Buckets are coming back for limited time, limited supply. I keep calling them Boo Buckets. You know, the little Halloween plastic buckets that you could get at McDonald's. I really, really want one. I might get 2. I can put supplies in them. I have all kinds of crap I can put in them. Trust me, I will find something to put in them. And, even if I just stick a nail on the wall to display it, we will find something to do with it. So that's happening tomorrow. They start serving lunch at 10:30.
Oh, I scratched Wiggle Wiggle.
And,
no, don't go that way, Little.
Was that who ran into my feet?
Yeah. And she started to head towards the door.
Yeah, like, no. We will never recapture her if she gets out. She's...
No, I think we will.
She's not...
I don't think she'd be a permanent outcat if she did escape.
She's not that attached to us, I don't think. Yeah, so we got the Halloween... Sorry, I gotta fix my eye. My other eye's being funny. So we've got the Halloween Happy Meals coming back tomorrow. I don't even care about the toy. I just want the fucking bucket. Of
course, I don't know if they're gonna have a toy now.
They might. I don't know. I don't care about the toy though. That's not a big deal. I just want the bucket. So we've got the Halloween McDonald's Happy Meal buckets coming back tomorrow. Hallow's End is starting tomorrow, so I have to get that article checked over. I have to start it tonight and then get ready to post it tomorrow. After I make sure if anything new's been added. And then we've got Planet Zoo's dropping the Twilight X Pack tomorrow and their free update tomorrow. Oh god, the hum came back.
Yeah, I noticed.
It's got to be at the car wash.
Yeah, that's all I can imagine.
They've got to be digging out the drains. So we've got those two things happening from Planet Zoo. And it's gonna be a busy day tomorrow. Husband's got D&D. Well, he may have D&D. I really kind of need to shampoo a rug. I don't know if I'm gonna get to that tonight. We've got paperwork we have to fill out. Everything's happening all at once. I still have beta testing I need to do. It's gonna be busy. I have a litany of screenshots I have to take. Although I might not take them until like Sunday or next Wednesday, just in case they don't, or just in case they do any more UI updates. I don't think they should be. I mean, the game's supposed to go live in in about a month. A month and maybe a week. Or the X-Pack. I'm not so certain they're gonna be ready, but that's just, you know. And based off of chattering I've been seeing in the Dragonflight beta chats, a few other people seem to feel the same way. So, we'll see what happens there. Oh, that's a large floof of green. That might be too much green. Alright. Let's get that. It's like cotton candy. Don't eat this. This is not food. Please, for the love of God, don't eat this. Okay. So, get a green section started here. Alright, I made the mistake of asking the dogs if they wanted rice for dinner, and Zuzu like perked up. He's like, rice? I'm like, no, not right now. Later. So he was like thinking it was gonna be like right this second. I'm like, no. Because he gets sassy if I ask him if he wants something. And then my ass doesn't deliver within like 5 minutes. He starts giving me the business. Oh, I need to wash their water bowl tonight. Are we finishing the laundry tonight or no?
I probably will.
Okay. Well, the extra laundry that we found. Found a lot of towels and shit when we were cleaning, well, when the husband was cleaning the laundry room. Stuff somehow got piled on top of the dryer, and I don't even know how, because we didn't fold anything in there. the noise? But, is that a parent or a cat?
Cat.
What are they attacking?
It's little bits attacking a cardboard box, looks like.
Oh, I know what box she's going after now. Okay. It sounded like it was coming from the other room for a minute. She is into everything today. That's another one with attitude. All the animals have an attitude. That one especially. Alrighty. I mean, that is kind of a big section of green there, but that's okay. I think we'll do probably another orange color here. Alrighty. I mean, I was hoping to get further on this panel yesterday, but I was starting to get a migraine. So I did have to kind of cut that early, because I did have to go deal with dinner because I was starving, and I was like, well, if I wait any longer, food might not happen. So, like, we need to go and deal with that yesterday, but still a little bit of a thin spot right into here. But I definitely want to get filled in. Now, I'm probably not going to do a speed video of this project just because there's parts of it that didn't get recorded, like the base work and everything. I still have to finish putting our snow onto that. Alright, let me carefully peel this guy up. Like, the last edge always feels a little extra unruly. Okay, so we got that there. Alright, what's next? I guess we'll go back to when we set the orangey color. Alright. Oh, goodness. Okay. So let's see about getting this guy tacked into here. almost have the color in place on this panel. We still have another panel to go. We won't be getting to that panel tonight, that I can promise. Today just a bit more wanting to get this piece kind of dealt with here. All of this tacked in. Alright. Well, at least the weather temperature feels a little more like gingerbread house weather, I guess. I certainly hope I didn't summon it by working on this guy. Because I can do without these up and down roller coaster temperatures where it's below freezing at night and then back up to like 50s and 60s during the day. This is doing a number on me. And really not wanting that. I would like a nice, like, I don't mind a couple of warm days here and there, but this roller coaster nonsense, no thank you. Completely no thank you. The body's just not having it. Alright. What? Look, Fluff, it's not your turn yet. Don't worry. You'll get to be added. Orange Fluff is clamoring to get in here. Okay. This guy. This corner needs some attention over here. Actually, that whole upper edge does need a bit of filling in. It's probably a little more than our quote-unquote icing's gonna be able to handle. Alright, so if the icing's coming into here and here, I think I need just a little bit more. On this one spot right in here. Getting that filled in there. Just looked a teeny bit thin in that spot. Okay, so let me carefully up. Okay, so we got another row in there squared away. Alright, I think the icing will take care of evening that bit up. Alright, let's grab our green fluff here. Whoop. Come back here, green fluff. Alright, so this one. I feel like we're gonna maybe start here. And maybe we take that to thereabouts. Okay. So we got this kind of tucked into here. All of this filled in, you know, as best as we can. Probably gonna have to add a little bit more because we don't quite have this whole space filled in, and it's a little thin in that one spot, like right in here. So we got this tapped into place. Alright, now let's grab a little bit more fluffy stuff. So if you guys want to try to do your own gingerbread house displays, feel free to tag me on Twitter. It's at NiseyBGN on the Twitter, or NiseyBGN on Instagram if you prefer the Instas. It doesn't have to be a needle felted house. If you want to knit or crochet a gingerbread house, that would be cool too. If you want to just make it out of felt or wood or paint one, or ceramic or clay, or whatever you want to make it out of. I mean, hell, you could make it out of flower stems if you really wanted to, or grapevine or whatever. That's cool. That would actually be interesting. Or like styrofoam or even popsicle sticks. Like whatever you guys want to make it out of. I think that would be super cool. And all sorts of fun. Alright. It looks all metallic-y on the back because of the other colors that mixed in with it. It's got like that shimmery sheen going on. This is not metallic yarn by any stretch of the imagination. It just kind of looks like it from the back there. Alright. I guess that leaves us with purple for this next bit here. Okay. So let's see what we can do with that. This might be a little bit of a smaller guy. Width-wise. How many?
That's a water bottle.
Oh, okay.
I've had like 1 tons.
Oh, okay. Just trying to keep track. From here it kind of sounded like the other thing. Alright. So is Doreen in Missouri now, or is she still in Oklahoma?
They're currently in Iowa.
Doreen.
Oh, Doreen, Missouri now.
Okay, so they did move to there.
Yeah.
Okay. Why the hell didn't they bring the car back if they were done in Oklahoma? Okay. Alright. So I'm getting this one tucked into here. I'm not sure what color we're gonna put over here. It could be peach. I mean, it could be another yellow. In fact, it might end up being peach because we're gonna do yellow here. Alright. So, getting this kind of worked in here. And get that little bear patch all filled in. As best as we can. Crunch, 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 crunch. We don't need snow. We have our own snow hiking sound effects. I think it's just kind of funny and kind of what the fuck is this, that it's gonna be like almost 80 by the weekend after the weather that we're gonna have the next couple of days. I'm just like, what is this nonsense? All right, yellow. Okay, so let's grab a little bit more of our yellow stuff here. Yeah, you know, I probably will have to fluff more of this banana cream color at some point, definitely. So let's get this color worked in here. Okay, and I guess we'll take it to maybe about there, right? Making sure my elbow doesn't sweep any of the fluff onto the floor, because that would be not a disaster, but it wouldn't be a fun time. So let's see here. We might need a little bit more on this guy. I'm not sure if this is gonna be thick enough. It might. At least it might be close. Let's see what we got here. So we get all of our little loose ends tacked down. That might be enough. Let's see here. Carefully pop that up off of there. Alright, how are we looking? How are we looking? I mean, there's a little bit of thinness in there, but I think it'll be alright. Okay. Now. I almost want to do another purple in here, is what I'm thinking we should do. Yeah, I know we have another purple right there, but I only did 4 colors. I probably should have done 5, but at the same time I was thinking, maybe 5 would be overkill, but I probably should have. Alright, so let's get this guy. Tacked into here. I mean, that yellow could have probably been a little bit bigger. Probably. Probably maybe sort of Alright, so if we take this up to here. Hi, Little. Little says hello. Is she stuck?
What's up, Littles? Hi, little shits.
I thought there was food out there, so...
No, she's just being chatty.
She has the saddest meow at times. It's not even a full meow, she just kind of makes noises. She kind of howls when her feet are stuck and she starts to panic. I swear I heard a cat meowing outside last night before I shut the window when I went to bed. And it almost sounded like Nom Nom's, but I put the camera up and he wasn't on the porch, so I don't know if he was meowing at something in the grass. He could have been meowing at Ed for all I know, because Ed was sitting in the window. It was very, very strange. You might need to put one of those cushions in that box, although I don't know if there's much headroom left in there.
There's not, but maybe I could move some stuff around.
Maybe dig some of the wood chips out and put that in there, because
I didn't fill it completely with wood chips. I just gave it a little bit of a layer.
Because the other night when it was raining, he was under one of the rocking chairs down by the carport.
Really? Okay.
I think he was laying on that stack of seat cushions that's underneath that one chair. Because I kept seeing something move under the chair, and it was white, and I'm pretty sure it was him. I've seen him go under there previously. I just don't want the possum moving into that box.
Probably not. It wouldn't be that comfortable there.
I hope not.
Nah.
Because that would be hilarious, but a problem. Did you ever bring the trash can back?
No, I did not.
Okay. So yeah, I'm thinking we'll take those kitty litter buckets and wherever the cat grass ends up tonight, we'll sit those on top of them to keep P-Butt from getting at them and destroying all of them.
Yeah.
In his P-Butt way. Alright, so I'm thinking a yellow on each end. Oh no, we're gonna do peach here, and I guess we'll do another. Oh, it's Ed. So we'll do yellow here and no, peach here and yellow here. That's right. I keep getting myself confused. Okay. So smooth that back down. See, we can get stuff done when we have the chance to get it done. Alright, so let's get this smoothed out here, or at least to something usable. Alright, now yellow, yellow, yellow. Where'd I put my... oh, it's over here. Put it on the side I don't normally. Alright, that's kind of got us in a sort of decent spot there. Alright, so we'll anchor that one down in there. And we'll bring this around in here. So I don't know, we might have maybe, I don't know, maybe 1.5 rows to go on this side. Kind of depends really on what shape the next row sort of manifests into. I guess we'll figure that out as we get there, but you know. So I'm trying to give the impression of sorry, a cat just jumped by my feet under my desk. Trying to give the impression of like a Necco wafers on this roof. Why are we mowing? What's the matter?
She keeps meowing at the window.
Is Nom Nom's outside?
I don't see him. What's up? What's up?
You're not going outside, ma'am.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey. What's your deal? Okay, that's it. You're being a little too sharp. Logical.
Yeah, she has moments where she gets a little too vicious. Not sure if she's looking for somebody to play with her. We don't really have any laser pointers, and I think we threw away her Fluffy. Because I didn't see it in the drawer unless it got moved somewhere that I'm not aware of. Could have gotten put in the other drawer, actually. But I don't know where that drawer is right now.
We don't have the batteries for it anyhow.
Huh? The Fluffy?
Oh. What's the Fluffy?
The boa on the stick?
Oh, I don't know what happened to that. I thought it got tore up.
I might have had to throw it out. Cal might have started to rip bits off of it. Either that or there was a tiny skinny stack of drawers in the dining room at one point next to the laundry room doorway that I had thrown a bunch of cat toys in one of the top drawers.
Maybe, I don't know.
And now I don't know where that stack of drawers went because it's not there. I don't know where you moved it to. It was there and then it suddenly wasn't.
I have no idea.
Well, you're the one that moved it.
I don't even remember which stack of drawers it is.
It was a skinny.
That's real helpful, hon. We have a lot of stacks of drawers.
Oh, they were clear. It had a black top on it. I know Peabody kept sitting on it for a while. Alright. So we'll get this one tucked into here. Kind of finish out in this row. Sorry, this one's still attached to, these two roof pieces are still on the same piece of felt. I didn't want to detach them yet from each other until we were ready to move on to the next part. So we can still work with them attached to each other. Alright, we need a bit more of our orange fluff. I don't think we need a tremendous amount more, but we do need a little bit. All right. Get this kind of worked into here carefully. I don't want to overtake my other colors here. Alright, we don't need all of this. I mean, that's not the greatest snips that came with this toolkit, but they're alright. And of course, now that I can see, we still have a little bit of a thin spot here. It's not too bad. But is there a little bit? So let's see about filling that in. Right in there. Okay. Okay, so that row's pretty much filled in. Okay, so now we've got, I mean, we could make it the last row, but let's see what we can do here. Let's see what we got. What do we have to work with here? So if we kind of come in like this, right? And I mean, we still have to do the icing around everybody. So I mean, that could potentially work. Alright. Let's get this all tucked in around the edges here. And we're gonna need a bit more yellow on this guy than this, that's for certain. That's for sure. Alright, so we got this guy tucked in around in here. All that stuff worked in. So we want to make sure that it's not too thin. So it might take a little bit since we're going with some more airy bits, I guess. So we're not laying it on there too thick. And that's just a personal preference of mine. I like to start out a little bit on the thinner side. Get a feel for how much fluff we actually really need. I feel like we might need a slight touch more over on this side. Maybe. Just it feels a little thin still. In that spot. Alright, so if we've got yellow here, let's see, we've got, I guess here would end up being our peachy color. Is what's gonna end up going in there. Alright. So we've got that guy in there, right? So now, grab our peachy guy here. Okay, so if we start you about here. take you to about here. So the question is, these little gaps, do we want to colorify them, or do we just want to leave them with icing? And I think we're just gonna leave those white, like down into here. Because I mean, we're gonna have the icing outlining. It's gonna be such a small gap by the time we get done with the white that it's gonna be pretty challenging to try to get another color worked into there. We will see what we can do. In the spaces and things here. So if this spot's gonna be our peachy orange, this spot will probably be green. I'm probably gonna have to double up on a color here. More than likely. Alright. This guy. Like, we still have to come back and do the white on the bottom half of the roof, because we kind of left off there. I wanted to try to get our colors sorted. Before we got into that, because that is a little bit time consuming, going back and Fluff has a mind of its own today, and doing the outlining. If you want to do it as you go, that's more than fine. Absolutely. All right. Get this all good and cozy. And that color's starting to come to life a bit more now that we've got some of it layered up there. Bit thicker. And we still got a little bit of a thin spot in there, but right there. Alright, let's just re-flatten this bit here. Okay, so I don't know what happened there. That one just got a little bit a little bit, I don't know, cut off. Maybe that one had a chip in it. That one broke. Alright, let me see about getting this guy. Lead in here over this bare, not really bare, but thinner spot. I mean, I don't know, we could try to stick one more color in there. It would definitely be tight. Let's see here. This is gonna be green. Oh, I can't have tumbleweeds. Can't have the fuzzy tumbleweeds running rampant over here. Don't want them getting into the other colors and them not making sense then. Alright, I mean, I guess we could try it with one, right? And then if it looks funny, we can nix that idea. Alright. So we'll get this little tiny crevice fluffified. Oh, careful there. Careful. I don't know if you heard that little ping. The needle caught in the pad. And that could have ended in a needle snap, so do be mindful. And don't have your face down in there in case your needle does snap. Try to have your head back a little bit. Just for safety. Just for the safety things. Alright. Sorry, I'm like seeing fuzz. I don't know if it's something on my glasses. Like it looked like there was like a fuzz sticking up. Well, I either got it or it was a mind trick. Alright. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's not so bad. Alright. What color do we say? Green. Alright, let's get a bit of green. Fluffy stuff. Looks like a completely different color when it's stretched out. Alright, so probably about there. And need to bring you to about here. And then gonna bring this guy to about in here. So I guess this is gonna be yellow tucked into this crevice. And because how the bottom edge is getting pulled in quite so much, that's kind of why I made sure not to separate these two panels just yet. Just to make sure that we've got enough wiggle room for the edge fibers getting pulled in so nothing starts to take on too odd of a shape. Just have that little bit of a buffer just in case. Cat, what are you doing behind me? These cats, I think it's the cold weather coming in. Everybody's all in a tizzy. Ed kept running all over the place last night. He just wouldn't settle. He'd be laying on the bed, then he was taking a bath, and he kept jostling me, shaking the bed. I was like, dude, you've got to stop or get down. And then all of a sudden he like spazzed like something touched him unexpectedly, like jumped up in the air and then took off. And I was like, okay. And then he went running somewhere else and knocked the fan out of the window, and then I had to get up and, well, off the windowsill really, the window was shut, and then I had to get up from my comfy spot that I'd finally gotten into and fix that because it was blocking the water bowl, so I had to make sure that the dogs weren't going to trip over it. Got settled back in, and then he was back, and I'm like, buddy, please stop shaking the bed so hard. And then it kind of started all over again, but at least he didn't knock the fan out of the window again. Because not only was it annoying having to get up to fix it after I was in a semi-workable position, but it was loud. It was very jarring. Alright, so we've got this color pretty much filled in. Okay, now little bit of yellow in our little crevice here. I think this is gonna have to be, well, it doesn't have to be, but I think it'll end up being our peach again. Maybe. I mean, I know we've got two of the same colors touching each other up above, so it's not like that's a huge deal for that to happen. It's not like I'm definitely trying to keep any kind of pattern or anything. That ship sailed a long time ago. But let's try to see what we can get away with doing here. You know, I don't think I've ever had a Necco wafer. I know people say they taste like nothing, or they're just god-awful. I've never had one, so I don't know what they actually taste like. Have you ever had them?
What?
The Necco wafers?
I think I tried them once and didn't care for them.
Like, I know a lot of people hate them.
Well, that's because they're gross and chalky.
So, but are they like a giant Smartie, or
No.
are they like chalky like a Tums?
They're chalky like a Tums.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. What you looking for?
I was just grabbing a couple Q-tips.
It's sad that I've had to put them there now. Because I don't trust the cat not getting into the closet. Yeah, right?
Not enough Q-tip.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but on the plus side, at least it's moving because the one year was all messed up for a while.
Oh, you didn't tell me that.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so I guess we'll do another peachy guy in here. So let's get this guy in a usable bit of fluffy shape. Let's try that. I don't like that it's dark at this time of night now. I don't like it. Not one bit.
Hey, just let you know so you don't get concerned. I'm hopping in the shower real quick.
Okay. I get weirded out when he just vanishes with no trace whatsoever. Especially when he's not been having a good go of things, so. Like, where the fuck did you go? I like to keep tabs on you. Not in any kind of controlling manner. I'm just making sure that he's not having a tremendously horrible anxiety meltdown And there's a couple of other reasons that that you guys don't need to know about. But mental health battles can be a bitch. So it's just, we have an established thing now where if you're gonna vanish on me for a while, I kinda, for my peace of mind, would really appreciate knowing where the hell you are. So, fill in the blanks where you want, but we're not gonna go too much further into that. But it's just for peace of mind. Alright. So that I know he's okay. Alrighty. So we'll get this. Kind of filled in here. Alrighty, we'll start getting some more fluff action happening here. Let's get some more of our orange floof. I mean, it looks like you have a lot, right? But as you start stabbing it in, it compacts on itself and gets pulled tight and stuff. So that little, like that modestly sized little bit there actually compacts down. And it's not going to go as far as you think. If you want it to be like a good solid layer. Excuse me. Now roving might be excuse me. Roving might be another story where you're able to get it to be a bit thicker, a bit more solid. But it might also depend on how much you have. Ed, what are you doing? What are you doing? Were you licking the windowsill? Hang on, you guys. 1 second. I gotta make sure the cat's not getting into trouble. What are you doing? What are you clawing at there, buddy? 'Cause there ain't nothing there. Were you licking the window or were you clawing at it? I don't know what you were doing. I don't necessarily see anything. Let's not do that, okay? Right. Cats make me question my own sanity at times. The other night, Cal was fascinated with this one spot on the floor. In our room, he's just staring at it. And then he was kind of pawing it. And I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, there's nothing there, buddy. And I kind of went to shove him away, and he was insistent on staying there. And so I backed off for a second, and I'm still watching him, and then he starts sniffing at it. And then he looks like he's trying to bite the rug. I was like, okay, what is so fascinating about this spot of rug? So I finally managed to pull him away. And I'm looking, and I'm like, it's just a piece of fuzz. And then the fuzz started walking, and I was like, oh shit, that's a bug. We think it might have been a baby praying mantis. I have no idea where the fuck it came from. It might have come off of our pants or our shoes when we came back from our walk, because I think we had taken a walk that night. I think we had just come back in. We were only in a few minutes, so it might have come off of one of us. And we couldn't tell if it was like a little tiny stick bug or if it was a baby praying mantis, but the husband's like, I think it's a baby praying mantis. And we managed to get it outside before the cat ate it. I know at one point in New Jersey you were fined if you were caught, or you could be fined if you were caught killing them. I don't know what their status is here. Man, is it dark outside? It's jarring because when we got started, you know, the sun was still up. And I'm like, how fucking long have we been going? It's only been like 2.5 hours. Alright, I think maybe just another little tiny bit of fluff, because it's a little thin right in there. Just to fill in that spot. Now, I don't know. I guess this is gonna be purple. Alright. If we go green here, right? Getting this tagged into here. Ed, don't knock the fan out of the window, please. Because that's a sound. Alright, so if we get you kind of tacked into here, right? Oh, hello. Quick, artsy, crafty question. Sure, go ahead. I may or may not be able to answer it, but we will see. So, go for it. We will see. Hopefully you're still here. Sometimes I'm a little slow catching up with the chat. Don't always check in as frequently as I should. And my mods are not here at the moment to poke me about a question. My one mod's in the shower, so sure, go ahead. We'll see if I can answer it. If I was to get a thing of plexiglass, would I need a stand or anything for it? If you were to get a thing of plexiglass, just curious if it would shatter if it got knocked over. You mean just a stand to just store the plexiglass, or like what are you doing with the plexi? I guess would be the bigger question. You want to use it for glow-in-the-dark stickers as a backdrop since you can't use the walls. Okay. Okay, would you like be hanging it from the ceiling, or is that what you're talking about? I mean, like what size plexi, I guess it should be the next question. And lean it against the wall. So my husband doesn't want any holes in the walls, and you were thinking of basically setting it on the floor. So it would have to be a pretty big piece of plexi then. I guess if you're going to use it as a backdrop. It doesn't need to be too big. Okay. So I guess if he doesn't want holes in the walls, then you can't really do shelving. See, we have plaster walls behind me, so I can't really... Anything that we put into these plaster walls in this house, because it's so old, it tends to crumble around the hole that we put. So I tend to hang stuff from the ceiling, because the ceiling is more of like a drywall tile in our room that I'm in right now. I mean, it can be probably fixed with like a little bit of spackle, but so the room I'm using his room till we can work on mine where I can do what I want. Okay, so yeah, so plexi's kind of more it's not quite like glass where if it falls over it shatters and it's dangerous. Plexi's kind of more like I guess I want to say it's like more like plastic mixed into it. It can still break, but I don't think it would I don't think it's like picture frame glass where if you sneeze it's gonna, you know, disintegrate or just like bust. From what I'm seeing on a Google search, it says it is pretty hard to break it. You can break it, but if it does break, it doesn't break into 1,000 little like needle shards or anything. So I mean, I think if it breaks, it would just like crack a bit. Now, I don't know if it would warp or not being like placed against the wall. You might need to like put it in a picture frame, or like, you know what you could do? There's poster frames. They're specifically called poster frames. Let me see if I still have mine here. 1 second. They're in like the picture frame section of like your arts and crafts store. I don't know if like Walmart would have it, but they're specifically called poster frames, where it's like the thin little cheapy ass plastic frame on the edge that just slide off. These have a thin plastic sheeting in there, and they've got like a cardboard backing, and see. Here we go. Hold on. So, where the fuck did I get this? I think I got this. Oh, this was at Hobby Lobby when I was still shopping there. I've had this for ages. So let me see. So it's actually called a poster frame. Real simple, real cheap, real thin. And then you've got a frame to help hold it in place to keep it from warping. That's the only thing, because I think if it was leaning against the wall, after a little bit, depending on how long it's leaning there, and depending on the thickness of the plexi, it could maybe start to warp a little bit. If you get one thick enough, you could probably do like some plant hooks or some cup hooks in the ceiling with like a little bit of chain. Or, sorry, I'm just putting this back together real quick. It's got paint on it because I was using it as a paint palette at one point. I wanted, like, people were doing the glass palettes, and I didn't trust myself with the glass palettes for a while. So, I needed something big, so I just grabbed this, and I was like, well, you know, I can leave it in the frame, and that way it won't shatter on me, because I'm a fucking klutz. So, you know. So I was like, yeah, we'll just do that, because the more I was looking at the glass palettes, and the more I was like, well, a lot of people are just taking, you know, glass photo frames, and they're taking the glass out of that, and they're just using that as their palette. And the husband looked at me, and he's like, yeah, no. And I'm like, what? He goes, come on, it's you. And I was like, yeah, you know, I'll probably drop it or kick it or something, because it'll be under my desk in storage when I'm not using it, and then it's going to shatter, and then I'll either have glass in my foot or an animal will be stepping in it. So, yeah, but like you could, if you get a thick enough plexi, I guess you could drill holes in the top and, like get like some little like plant decorative chain or something, and then do like cup hooks or plant hooks in the ceiling, and then like hang it down from that if you want it to hang. You could probably, depending on the size, if it's small, like an 8x10 or maybe 11x14, you could probably get away with a shelf display, and getting like clear plate, what the fuck are they called? They're called something. Hold on. They have a specific name. Let me look real quick. Ed, please don't break that. Plate, oh, okay, maybe I'm over simplifying it. Okay, they are just called plate holders. They have like little wooden easels, or they have plastic ones that are clear. Sometimes you can find that you can sit it on like a plate stand. It's got like a little, like a back piece, and it has like two, kind of like a triangle, on some of them, or some of them are just like an L that like have a back, and then they have a front, and then they have a lip that holds the thing on there. So I mean, if it's small enough, you could probably do that on a shelf behind you, but like I said, it really depends on how big you're going. You're back. Your food is ready. Sure, no problem. But yeah, like the plexi itself shouldn't shatter unless you're really trying to break it. You okay?
Uh-huh.
Can you bring, what's the temperature? What are we at?
Probably cold. What's up?
47. Yeah, we should probably bring that in.
Okay.
Everybody's probably done with the shower for the night, so maybe if you sit them in the tub and put the buckets over top of them, the cats won't destroy them. It's supposed to get down into the 20s, and I really don't want that cat grass to freeze, because that was all of the cat grass seeds that we had left right now. I'm sure we can find more somewhere, but having the money to replace them is another thing entirely.
Not like much of it sprouted.
Well, probably because it was towards the end of the season. So we need a little bit more purple here. Come on, purple. Cooperate. Alright. So, let's get this going. Yeah, you have your dog's bed by the wall, so you're wondering if it break. Yeah, I don't think it will. Alright, so we'll get this piece tucked into here. Let me see, what time is it for me? Okay. What's up?
Can I go get the other plant grass?
Oh, I didn't.
I can only carry some.
Oh, okay. I didn't see how many you had. Oh, it's getting chilly out there already. I don't think we're walking tonight. I don't think I've got time to walk tonight. Because I still have to make dinner. I just really wanted to get this section done. Oh, oh, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Careful now. Careful. That section got a little too attached. That's okay. One of the downsides of the felt pad is that it's a little bit harder to detach sometimes. Alright. Now, what color did we say was next? I don't know. Probably gonna be green, actually. Sitting here looking at it. I mean, green would probably make the most sense. And then maybe we can squeeze in back. Yeah, no, it came off. This pad, I've had this pad for a year. Well, almost a year. Wow, that was an obnoxiously loud vehicle. Holy crap. For anybody that's new here, I live on well, pretty much the main road that goes through our town, and our house is like, I don't know, 15 feet from the road, 20 feet from the road. We're pretty much like right on the road. There's not much of a front yard that separates us, and the house is not very soundproof, so sounds are a bit loud. But yeah, we've had this pad for about a year. It's starting to bow a little bit. You know, that's one of the drawbacks, is that it will have to be replaced at some point. But I do think this was the better way to go for me, because I feel like if we had gone with the styrofoam pad, number one, the styrofoam pads are a little bit loud for my ears. My ears are sound sensitive. And number two, they would break down a lot faster. So for my budget, this was the biggest pad I could find at the time. And this was, I think, $20. It's an 8x10-ish sized pad. And we've got quite a lot of fiber stabbed into this guy, it would seem. Every so often I take an X-Acto blade and just scrape it over the top now, just to try to get the extra buildup off of there. But it's been working out okay. It's been a lot gentler on my ears than the styrofoam pads. And the husband has come to appreciate the styrofoam pad, because or the felt pad, excuse me, because I had styrofoam that I've been working on recently for the base that this house display is going to sit on. And after about an hour, he stayed up late the one night, well, late for him, and I was sitting here working on trying to get the snow added to the base. I had to wrap the base in felt because it was shedding little styrofoam bits everywhere. And or craft foam that's not technically styrofoam. It's whatever they make the craft foam out of. This shit. Like the shit that this is made out of. I have it in a big sheet. It's too big to get in the camera angle right now, but that's the base what the base is made out of that this house is going to sit on. And we'll see that as things go to get attached to it, but and I get it finished. But I was sitting there stabbing fluff through the felt into this foam to try to get the snow layer done on it. And he's like, well, I'm going to bed. And I was like, okay. And he's like, I really appreciate that foam mat now. And I'm like, oh. He goes, yes. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. You could have said something. I could have put it aside till you went to bed. And he's like, no. He's like, I just really appreciate the quiet of the other one. Because it was getting obnoxious at the one point. I was just like, oh god. This is getting so loud. But I still have some work to do on that. Time has not been plentiful lately. I don't know how, because I don't have the prep that I need to do for the Wild Challenges leveling streams that we were doing, since we finished that for now. Like, I don't have that prep time needing to be gotten to, but I still don't have time to do anything at the moment. Like, what is happening? I don't know what happened. The same way certain sounds really hurt. Yeah, like, it's not necessarily nails on a chalkboard level of hurt, but it just kind of gets into the bottom of my ear, like in the very base of it, and it like amplifies, and it's just painfully loud, and I'm just like, ugh. I'm like, please stop. But yeah, I'm not a fan of extra bassy noises, or like a lot of noises just tend to painfully vibrate and hurt when I hear them. But this is okay. This is a gentle kind of crunchy snow or gravel sound, so I can deal with this. This is fine. And you need to have some kind of mat underneath, just to so you don't break your needle, so the needle can go down through the layers of the fiber and incorporate everybody into themselves. I did have a tiny foam block that came with my my toolkit, and it's got like a shiny film that's kind of part of it. It doesn't look like it gets removed. It's like shiny foam on the outside of it. I don't know where my toolkit is. Where is my toolkit? I haven't needed to... Oh, there it is. I haven't needed to have it out lately. Oh wait, maybe I'm mistaken. Oh no, there's like a weird shiny surface to it. This came with the toolkit. This is loud. I think it has to do with that shiny layer on it. It's irritatingly loud. I can't use that. Number one, it's too small for what I'm doing. Number two, it's Owieville, so it's similar to the the styrofoam. Now, we will be working on the styrofoam on stream at some point. However, it will have a loudness warning or a scritchy noise warning at the beginning of that stream. I'm gonna wrap it in felt. Wrapping it in felt tends to muffle the scritchiness a little bit, and I know scritchy is kind of a weird noise. It's like in between itchy and and screechy, but that's kind of the only way I can describe it. So earbud and headphone warning in 3, 2, 1. It's not like screeching nail loud, but it does get down in your ears, for me at least. So that might not be so bad to some people. Some people may be like, what the fuck was wrong with that? But my ears are overly sensitive, so after a while it tends to grate on me. But okay, earbud warning over. We're fine. But it's just something to be aware of. But when I get the felt wrapped around it, I will try to get the felt wrapped around it before we get to that point on streaming, working on the tree. I'll try to, so that way it's not quite so bad, but seriously, what is he doing? Because he was doing that earlier.
Ed.
He was doing it to the upper window.
That's probably just because he can stretch up to do it. Come on, you.
I thought he was licking the window or the windowsill earlier while you were in the shower. I don't know what his deal is today. They're all going crazy. All of the animals. We're not getting into that habit though.
I'm actually gonna take the fan down.
Alright.
Just so he doesn't knock it over tonight for no bloody reason.
Where did you put it? So
it's right here next to the bed on my side.
Alright, here, can you slide it back towards the clothes shelf?
Yeah.
Since you're not in here tonight. I'm afraid I'll trip over it or slam the chair into it or something. Ooh, like my ears still itch from that sound. It's just like,
sorry.
No, I was just demonstrating. It's my own damn fault. Not the cat noise, the other noise.
Yeah.
But so I appreciate my foam mat very much. Very, very much. Alright, so we'll get this color filled in here. And then we've got 2 more color spots to go. I'm thinking this one's gonna have to be yellow. Doesn't have to be, but I think it's gonna end up being yellow. And then we'll probably do a purple here because we haven't done purple on the end in a little while. Like up here was the last purple end, so I feel like we're pretty much due. But yeah, it might be a little bit easier to release off of the foam mats. And of course, I'm gonna have more fluff transferring through our base fabric because it's a thin weave fabric. If you had a slightly tighter weave fabric, probably wouldn't have quite so much fluff that needs to be released from the other side, but that is why I do pull the projects up so much no matter what we're doing when we're doing our flat stuff. So even when we were doing the Bob Ross felting along with him, that's why I was pulling up every so often, just to make sure I didn't get too attached to the foam mat or to the felt mat. Because I've had that happen when I first started doing this stuff. I didn't lift my project up at all until I was done, right? And it wouldn't come off. And I was like, oh no. I had to very, very carefully and very, very gently try to peel it off, and the force that I had to apply to my little felt square to try to lift it up kind of distorted the shape. So it was no longer the shape as it was when it started out. So, I mean, I was like, oh damn. Well, that was a learning experience, but, you know, that is why I almost obsessively, sometimes it would seem, am pulling up on it. I know it looks obsessive, but there is a reason for it. Okay, so we got that one there. So I'm gonna get just another little bit of yellow here. I know the camera angle looks a little funny. It's because it's sitting on top of my monitor. One of these days, maybe, if we end up with a different desk, I'll be able to get some PVC pipe and rig something that we can set the camera up on. The only concern I have with that is Cal the cat trying to climb on it, because he's a dick. He likes to walk on the shower bar in the bathroom that the shower curtain hangs off of. He's knocked that off of the wall a couple of times because it was a tension rod. But at least it was just the shower curtain that fell and nothing else broke. He likes to get on top of the doors when we have them open, and I'm just like, buddy, can we not? So I do have a feeling, I mean, he hasn't tried to, I have another bar suspended from the ceiling to kind of close off my art area in case the husband's in here sleeping and my light's bothering him, or I just need to kind of just need the tiny space feeling. He hasn't tried to jump on that I'm aware of. I've not witnessed him attempt that, so I don't know if he would attempt to do that if he sees that it's attached to the desk surface or not. Well, if it's attached to the desk surface, I don't know if the camera would pick up the shaking from doing this. Sometimes the one on the monitor will shake a little bit depending on how hard I'm stabbing the things. But I've got some padding under the camera is sitting on. I'd have to probably zip tie the camera to the bar. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I mean, I'm not using a great camera, I'm just using a webcam. I'll tell you, cameras are so fucking expensive. So expensive. And there's so many different ones. I mean, some aren't, so you can get some cheaper ones. I think the first camera we were using was maybe 20 bucks. Although right now, to me, that sounds really expensive. But, it's just the way our budget is at the moment. This one, I don't know how much this one was. The husband picked this one up as a surprise because my other one, the color balance wasn't right or something. I don't know. We couldn't get it to... It was okay, but it always seemed a little... I don't know. Just the colors didn't quite seem right on it. And, this one, the picture's a bit sharper, not quite as fuzzy, and the colors seem pretty good. However, there's one downside to this camera, and I don't even remember what the fuck this camera is. I don't remember what brand it is. I don't know. It has no camera software. We've looked and looked and looked. There's nothing to download to control the camera. it doesn't have it. It's a very basic, although it was more expensive than the Logitech I was using originally. Not by that much more, but it was a little bit more expensive. You basically plug it in and go, for the most part, and it doesn't have a way to zoom in or out with this camera. I have to do that. We figured out a way to make that work using OBS, where I have to manually do it, so sometimes the picture might get a little wonky or half the screen might turn black as I'm adjusting the size of the camera screen. But I really should probably make multiple cameras. I'll have to make a note of that. Do multiple camera inputs for this one camera at different zooms, or different screen settings. I wonder if I can do that. I'll have to look into that at some point. Not today though. I don't have time today. But so it's a manual focus. You have to physically turn this area around the lens, which, I mean, I'm okay not having an autofocus because half the time on the other camera, realistically, I had the autofocus turned off because it kept going crazy. Like every time I moved my hand, it was trying to autofocus, and then it was getting blurry, and then you really couldn't see, and then I was like fighting the autofocus. So once I got it to focus on some sort of writing or something on a pen, then I would stop the autofocus there, and I'm like, okay, this is where our focus is gonna be for today. But what was that?
My phone made a beeping noise, and I nudged my my desk, and it made a clunk noise.
I thought I heard like an animal noise. It was very faint. Oh, maybe it was a car outside. Or maybe it was my stomach growling. I don't know. I'm hungry. Don't know what that noise was. I may have imagined it. But yeah, so I mean, but that camera had like, I had arrow software on it where I could nudge the camera one way or another without having to go into OBS necessarily and start driving everybody crazy with me manually resizing the screen. But I'll try to see if I can set up a couple different zoom positions on that I can just swap between without having to do that. But that's a mental note to be done later. Probably won't get to that for like a month. Probably. Because we're very busy right now. I'll have more time once I finish doing any beta testing that Lita needs me to do for Wild Challenges. And so I think, let's see, we're doing a part 2 on the beta testing things this week on the podcast for World of Warcraft, and then the following week we're doing the show about the new UI. So maybe in about 3 weeks I'll have a little bit more time free and I can actually sit down. So yeah, probably about a month where I can try to get that set up. Kitty? Hi, what you doing? What? Hi, little. I'm not sticking my hand down there because then you're gonna bite me. I know that look. That's a fighting look. That's a nobody's playing with me look. And every time I fall for it, lead with your face, and then I regret it. Demon child. Alright. So the icing's gonna come down here. I think this little spot, I mean, yeah, we're just gonna leave that one. Alright, let me get our fluff colors recontained here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Am I the only one that has operator error trying to close a Ziploc bag? Like, for fuck's sake. It's not that hard, like, why? I swear I'm the only person that has the damnedest time getting the zipper thingy, the closure lined up so that it actually closes properly. I like the slide ones, but sometimes the slides break after a while, and then you go to slide it closed, and then you're like, oh wait, this isn't actually closed. I've had that happen before. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to fluff some more purple and some more yellow. We'll see, we'll see. I won't do it yet. We will need to fluff more white though. I know that much. Alright, so let's get our white fluff. Okay. Just trying to get a bit that we can use here. That we can get into a usable diameter without being too terribly thin. Alright, so this little end guy here, just gonna double back on himself. Alright, so where do we want to dive in here? Alright. Let's go here. And see about getting that in. Like I said yesterday, I'm still working on the latest Bob Ross needle felting speed video. I haven't had time to get back to editing it. I'm in the middle of cutting down live stream number 8 that we did on that project, because I know some people don't want to watch the live stream in full, or maybe they missed it, so I try to go back and condense down those ones into, I mean, the equivalent of a speed paint. It's kind of difficult to combine down 12 live streams into one speed paint, but the last one ended up being, the first one I did was like 5 hours because I wasn't that careful with my editing, because I fucking hate video editing. I think the two machinimas killed my my desire to ever edit video ever again from years ago. So that was a project. That one machinima took like 8 months, 9 months working on it. around my full-time job and raid schedule and everything, so I didn't have a whole lot of free time to devote to that sucker, but he took quite a long time to do, so that one's still up on my YouTube channel too. So when I first started out, when I very first started out on YouTube, I started doing, or trying to do, some WoW machinimas. The first one was to, oh god, it's so embarrassing. I don't even want to say, but you're gonna see it if you go to my YouTube channel. The first one I ever did, trying to learn the video editing software that we got and the husband's help, was to Britney Spears' Circus. It was from WoW in the background. World of Warcraft, for those that aren't familiar with what WoW stands for in that sense. It's so embarrassing because it's you can tell that I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing, but you know, it's like, what, 11 years old, 12 years old at this point, I think, something like that. So, you know, it was from times gone by, shall we say. And the second one I did, which I feel like was a lot better than the circus one, was to Just Dance. Now, the title credits on those might say done by Meet My Totem. It's still me. I'm not going back in and changing those title cards. I don't even have that original video anymore to go back and change, and I don't have that video editing software anymore that I did that in. So it might say Meet My Totem or done by Meet My Totem, but that was still me. I changed the channel name. The channel used to be called Meet My Totem. When I started to branch out into other things, I changed the channel name over to Nisey. So it was just easier to just change it to the my internet handle at that point, since I was doing other things and branching out. So yeah, there's Just Dance, which I think turned out quite a bit better. It is one of my most viewed videos on the channel. I'm not monetized over there, so, and even if I, ow, what is stabbing me? Even if I was monetized, I wouldn't be able to monetize that video anyway. But no, we're not monetized over there. Not right now, we're not, at least. I don't have the sub count, and I don't have the watch hours. I think now to even apply to get monetized over there, I don't know what other internal requirements they may have, but to even attempt to get access to the application, you have to have what the fuck was it, 1,000 subs and like 4,000 watch, is it 4,000 watch hours? Or is it 4,000 watch minutes? I think it's 4,000 watch hours, because I did break 4,000 watch minutes. So yeah, don't think we'll ever get that, since that's not my, I don't stream over there, I stream here. So I just kind of use the YouTube channel now as an archive, mostly for the live streams, for most of the live streams. And I'll occasionally pop an art video up on there now that, if I have time to work on a project away from doing everything else that got done off of stream. Let's see, I think there's a total of 3 Mishinimas up there. I also did a joke one. I did a jokey one. That's slightly spicy, but not exactly, involving WoW characters. Like nothing, like they're not getting it on or anything. It's just kind of, you know, just a little bit of fun to Lady Gaga's Christmas tree song. It was a Christmas thing that I did. It was mostly done for the guildies that we had at the time. That we put together, sort of just like a little Christmas joke kind of thing. It was nothing serious meant by it. I don't even know if I still have that one listed. I know it's still up there. It might still be public, because I still think sometimes I see it pop up where somebody's at least clicked on it. But, that was just sort of fun bullshit that, we were just joking around with. And that one, the production quality is kind of shit on it, because we threw that sucker together pretty quick. I say we, the husband and I, because he helped me, with some of the special effects, getting it to work right. But, yeah, that was just something we did, kind of as a joke. Oh, I totally missed with that one. Alright, let's see. But, I guess with no context around it, it looks worse than it is. But, you know, we were just having a little bit of fun with it. But yeah, I still get comments on the Just Dance video from time. Like, I had started making that, and I'm pretty sure that came out maybe the month before, or maybe a couple months before, their expansion Cataclysm released. And when Cataclysm released, there was 2 new races that came with it, I believe. And I got so many comments on that video about, oh, why didn't you include this race? Why didn't you include that race? It would have been better if you had this race. Oh, what, you don't like that race? And I'm like, people, what the fuck? I'm like, does anyone not do research? Like, do you see the date this was published? Did you look up the date for when the expansion came out? They are not, one happened before the other, and the video happened before the expansion. So no, I didn't have that race included. That race wasn't in the game yet. So it was just so frustrating. I'm just like, oh my god, guys. Oh yeah. I've played WoW since Burning Crusade. So started out on a paladin, ended up switching to a discipline priest, and pretty much stayed on discipline. Well, no, first I was holy, then I switched to discipline, but pretty much stayed on priest for the majority of my time in WoW. For Shadowlands, I ended up leveling a hunter first, because they were my gathering character I had started running, and I never actually got the priest I had to max level, because the last expansion was just kind of rough for me. And that and time. I've started to get wrapped into the WoW Challenges community, so they didn't make the Iron Man challenge, but they took over caretaking of it some time ago. And I've been involved in that community for some time. So I there was some guild drama that happened between some of the raiders who were kind of interconnected because they were sort of somehow family members or something. And two other people that weren't related to them but kind of got their pants in a twist over something. And because the guild was casual raiders. So we had one night a week that we could get together if we were lucky, if everybody managed to show the fuck up. And we would dick around and try to stumble our way through a raid. And then we had a couple of people join that wanted to be like world first raiders, and I was like, you do see the guild that you're in, right? We're casual raiders. Like, I'm not gonna fucking bitch somebody out because, you know, they didn't get a debuff off in like 1.2 seconds. So, I mean, you know, we were all floor tanks mostly, but you know, we tried not to get too frustrated with each other because we all knew our weaknesses. But then some people started to get pissy, and you know, as some people do, they caught the raid bug, and I'm like, hey, you know what, you guys are more than welcome to also raid with another group if you want. I just ask that you save the 10-man version for the guild so that we can all still run it together for those that want to participate. And you know, we'll go from there. And then there was a period of time where my work schedule got just shot to hell. So the night that everybody could meet for raiding, I couldn't be there. I think it was like in the middle of a Sunday afternoon or something, and I had to sleep because I had to work overnights. And is the possum in the food bowl?
Let me check.
Because I just heard tapping out there. Just peek out the window.
Oh, it's not at the window right now. I put it by the bed to try and get the cat to notice it.
Oh. Is it still in the camera view?
Yep, it's the possum.
Okay, I was like, something's tapping. Something's tapping out there.
Hi, possum. Yeah, I see you lifting your head, buddy.
Right, we have a possum that comes and eats the cat food. But, first it was raccoons and now the possums moved in. And I'm sure the outside cat that thinks he lives here and he's not our cat, but he just showed up one day, is gonna be pissy and looking for more food later. Anyhow, squirrels. My thoughts are squirrels. And you can't hurt them. Right, so I don't know what the fuck happened, but I guess the family group was like, yeah, no, we want to be world first raiders, and everything was fine until this mod came in, or add-on, not like a mod in the guild, but like a game add-on. What the fuck was it called? You had one break your camera on a fence. You had, oh, Jesus. But this possum's kind of chill. From what we can tell, he's kind of afraid of us, so I'm fine with that.
They're chill, just hungry.
Yeah, they're very hungry. I just want them to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. They really like that cat food, though. But yeah, so this add-on came in. What the fuck was it called? OQ, QQ, something Q, where,
OQC?
huh?
OQC?
the cross realm raiding add-on where people were getting into
OCQ?
groups. Was it OCQ?
I think it was OCQ.
I don't know. I'm dyslexic, so I can't get the letters in the right fucking order, and it's been such a long time now, and I don't run that many add-ons. So it was something where it was some add-on that raid groups were using to fill extra slots that they had, and they could pull people in from other realms. Kind of, it happened before, like, the big multi find group list came to be. I think that's what sparked the larger find group, not the dungeon finder, but they have another one now where you can make groups to go do shit. I think that's what spawned that being made on WoW's part. But they started running with, you know, groups that had shit on farm, that were just trying to, you know, pick up a piece here, pick up a piece there, that were basically just trying to fill in an empty, oh shit, that were just trying to fill in an empty slot, you know, just so that they could go, basically. Or they didn't really need this person, and it didn't matter if the person knew the fight, because everybody else that was going knew what the fuck they were doing, and could handle it. So it didn't matter really if the people that they were pulling in did anything. I think they were just doing it for the number so that they could get whatever they were trying to do. But I know that these groups had this on farm, because they would say they had this on farm. Usually if you have something on farm, you know what the fuck you're doing with your eyes closed, and you know the fight. You're basically just looking for enough bodies to fill the slots. You don't even necessarily need them to be functioning, you just need the slot filled so that you can get into that version without a problem, at the time. So they started running that, and I'm like, fine, whatever. And they were running on 25 man. It's real easy to hide in the back or tank the floor in a 25 man, and your, what's the nicest way that I can put this? Your misstep isn't quite as detrimental to getting the boss killed in a 25-man group if the group has it on farm than, say, a 10-man group that's learning what the fuck they're doing and trying to get their coordination down, when you have a bunch of casual raiders that only do this like one day a week and they don't care if they get the fight done. They're just more or less there to hang out with each other. So they started to get the family group and these other two husband and wife duo started to get a little bit overly confident by the fact that they were running with groups that had this on farm on 25 man. And we were struggling in SOO with the dragon towers. Well, with the dragon, the two towers and the dragon in the air, Galacandus, or whatever the fuck it was called, it began with a G, had a huge ball of fire that came down that everybody had to stand in front of to minimize the amount of damage that was put out. The more people it hit, the less damage it did. Apparently that concept was really hard for a group of casual raiders that tunnel vision, because everybody's so ingrained with, oh god, big bad fire, move, that they kept moving out of the way. I'm like, no, We have to get in the line of fire. You know, bunch in everybody. Stand on top of each other. In a line. Conga. Let's do this. And the one night, tempers started to flare a bit because we kept dying. And I had one of the other healers. We were trying to 2-heal it, and then I think we had somebody switch off of DPS to become a 3rd healer. He was kind of DPSing and healing where they tried to, I guess. I wasn't really paying attention to them too much. But, I was trying to call out shit. But we had a lot of tunnel visioners that didn't always pay attention, even with the GTFO mod, and even with being told, you know, hey, so-and-so, move, or get to the end of the line, or, because, like, I think if you were at the end of the line, and you were picked to have the fireball hit you, the fire would be less. It wouldn't be quite so dire. You wouldn't die instantly. So we were trying to get in a rhythm with that. And we died again, and it was starting to get a little bit towards the end of the night. And one of, I think the wife of the husband-wife duo that had been doing a lot of running with this 25-man group decided she was going to throw her hat into the ring of unsolicited advice. And mind you, husband and I were co-guild mastering, although I think it was really down to me at that point, because I don't think he was in that much at that point. And I try not to... I didn't want to cause problems during a raid or put anybody out or anything, so if there was a major issue, I would try to talk to them either after the raid or like a day or two later, after, you know, tempers settled, frustration settled, you know, that sort of thing. I didn't want heat of the moment to be a thing, and I didn't want people to feel like they were being called out in front of everybody else, you know, because that sucks when that happens. So we're in there, and all of a sudden, she starts dressing everybody down in the chat, in the voice chat. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? Just could not understand what our problem was, why we couldn't get this fight done already, that the other group that they run this with had it on farm, and all this other shit. Now, she was on a hunter that night, and gave this big, long-winded narrative about how, you know, because I think we had another hunter or something, you know, if you're on a hunter, then hit disengage, you know, or run straight back through everybody. Don't run around everybody to get to the end of the line, or, you know, just turn your camera and just run back through everybody. Them's were her words. And so, right, that's how I am too. I had to pull one of my guild leaders aside because they kicked someone without a group huddle to solve the issue. Yeah, like, you know, like you want to try to see, you know, brainstorm ideas. Maybe we move this person to this role or something, or, you know, maybe we try to find a better time that works for them where they can pay attention more, or, you know, we try to figure out if there's something that they would rather be doing, be happier doing. Something. And, she's just having, like, a full-fledged bitch out everybody in the chat. And I was just so mentally like, what the fuck are you doing? You're not even an officer. What the fuck is your problem? And I'm like, my mind was just numb at that point, because I think we were coming up on our last attempt. And I was tired. I think I only had like 4 or 5 hours of sleep that night, or that day, because I had gotten up early for raid night. And I was just like, what in the fuck? what are you doing? Now, I'm not saying that people can't improve their raiding skills. I'm not saying that at all. That is great when you're able to do that. It is fan-fucking-tastic. Sorry, I'm hearing a weird noise.
Kind of weird noise.
It almost sounds like somebody leaning on the oven temperature, or the or like the timer, where it's just like ticking up, like beep 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 beep. It's really faint though.
That is my computer.
Okay.
One of the fans just got wonky for a second.
Okay, like I wasn't sure it was mine or yours or what the fuck the noise was. Sorry, guys. Weird noises.
Continue the tale of the incompetent raiders who thought they worked.
Yeah, so she bitched everybody out. Now, when she first joined the group, she was on DPS. And she was floor tanking every 10 seconds into the start of boss pulls. I don't know how she managed to do it. I don't know if she pulled aggro and the boss just sneezed at her and she just fell over because she wasn't in a tank spec, and because we had one rogue that loved to rogue, and they were really good at roguing, but they were also really good at not letting the tank pick up aggro first on the boss fights, and he was one of the people that we were constantly battle resing. It sort of became like a joke between everybody. Like, he wasn't mad about it, and he knew it was his fault entirely. But we started to tell him, okay, look, count to 5 slowly. I don't really care about the DPS meters this early in the fight, but count to 5 slowly and then start. Let the tanks pick up aggro first, please. And it was kind of funny. Like, he laughed, and like it wasn't that big of a deal. So,
and to be fair, he would do it. He would
yeah.
just forget eventually.
Yeah. And then
he'd get all into the game, and then suddenly he'd be like, "Oh, I hit the button. Whoops."
He's like, "Oh shit, sorry guys." So I mean, he totally knew. So he just got so excited and everything that he forgot how much aggro he collected when he first got going, and and it was fine. It was funny. I really wasn't that mad about it. And, because we were casuals that didn't really take ourselves that terribly seriously, because I wasn't expecting much. I was just expecting to hang out with everybody for a couple of hours. If we got some bosses done and some loot, cool. If we didn't, well, we'll be back next week. And, so she's just bitching everybody out, and I'm just sitting there, I'm like, wait. And I'm thinking in my head, you're the same person who was, when they were on a DK, was dead every 10 to 15 seconds in the start of boss fights. And it got to the point where we started leaving you dead until we were halfway through the fight, and we were sure that we weren't going to need the one battle res that we had on a tank. And we finally switched her over to DPS so she didn't stand in the things, because we finally figured out that's what was happening. She was so tunnel visioned into hitting the things that she wasn't watching where she was standing. So we switched her to range and put her on a hunter, and she did improve in that respect. So I was like, okay, that's fine. But I'm just sitting there and I'm like, what? I'm like, so this other group that you're running with has this on farm. And I didn't call her out for being so self-righteous at that very moment. I damn well should have, and I wish I had now, looking back on it. But I don't think, if anything, I think the only thing that would have changed that night is that we wouldn't have gotten the boss down. Because I don't like to get into people when tempers are emotions are high in the moment. And I was just like, okay, like, everybody needs a few minutes to go walk away and calm down and think about it for a day or so. But we did our last pull. I'm the main raid healer. I was the main tank healer. Or I healed the tanks, because most of the time we were running 2 healers. So, And it worked great when our druid friend was with us, and he would raid heal, and I would get the tanks, and we were fine. And her husband, who originally joined us, was also a priest healer. Except he was holy, and holy just wasn't doing what it needed to at the time, and with us 2 priest healing, it wasn't gonna do it. So I had to, instead of making him switch, I went and I grabbed my backup healer that was a raid healer, group healer, my shaman. So there was a lot of stuff I would have rather had achievements on my priest, but I took a hit for the team and did it on the shaman. And so we did that last pull. Since I'm trying to tank heal on the shaman and help with raid when I notice the monk and the priest seem to be struggling where I can. I'm about middle of the pack of our 10-man group, and I've got a whole bunch of people surrounding me. I'm keeping an eye on the tanks visually. My screen's got all kinds of shit going off on it, and remember now, I'm calling shit out because nobody could listen to their GTFO mod, and they weren't paying attention to DBM and stuff, so I had to call shit out. I'm calling shit out, and I called her for having the fireball on her. Remember what I said, she's on a hunter. She dressed everybody down. I think we had one other hunter with us that night, where she said, if you get the thing on you and you're on your hunter, hunters disengage. Y'all. The husband's character was positioned next to mine somehow. It just worked out that way. He was either standing behind me or I was standing behind him, or we were...
Are you talking about the right person? I thought that was the one that we didn't mind.
No.
Because I could have sworn she was the one who did that.
No. She was fluffy, and she would do that at times too, but this one did it because we both saw it, because we were both flabbergasted.
Okay.
So she dressed down everybody. She's on a hunter. She gets the damn fireball notice on her. I call it out. She was standing in front of myself and the husband, which I didn't quite understand, because I would have thought the hunter would have been further back, but what the fuck ever. I kid you not, her character is I'm here. Husband's here. Her character's here. Right? She gets the notice. She runs in a wide arc around us, around everybody, and is like over here. Everybody else is behind us when the fireball goes off. And did a shit ton of unnecessary damage. And I'm like, what the fuck? The husband and I, we weren't saying this over voice chat because we were in the same room. We were both having a fucking conniption fit. And we're like, did we just see what we just saw? Did that just fucking happen? And could not fucking believe it. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? In between still calling out shit, I was like having a fucking meltdown. And I'm like, after the goddamn dressing down, and then I had to like hit my button to talk to other people. So I'm like having two different conversations at the same time. And I was like, no, that did not just, you can't possibly tell me that I just saw what I just saw. Could not. I was just like, I was like, I cannot have this conversation in the middle of the fight. Keep going. keep going. I was like, I was just, what the motherfuck was that? And I'm like, you gotta understand, the dressing down she gave to everybody sounded like she was the goddamn raid leader. And I'm just like, yeah.
Also very condescending, I should point out.
Yeah, I could not get words out at that point, and I was just like, oh my god. What the fuck? And that was like the only words I could formulate at that point, and...
Like, it was seriously only like one step above get good scrubs.
Yeah, it was, she was, oh, the attitude, and I was just like, honey, I only let you come because you were the other dude's wife. And you're not even that good of a player, but I really didn't care when we were just fucking around, and, you know, it was like, fine, whatever. And then because you started running this mod with these other guilds on 25, you suddenly feel like you're the fucking shit? Honey, you're in a 25 man. There were other people covering for you. Like, that's why you were getting the shit done. Like, it wasn't because you improved that much, it's because you were being carried. And I was just like, oh my god. 'Cause you can't hide in the back and floor tank on 10 man. Like, on 10, everybody had to pull their weight. And I was just like, oh my god. Like, I couldn't. I'm just like, just get through the fucking fight. Just get through the fucking fight. And, like, I wanted to have a fucking bitch fest so bad right then and there. And, 'cause I knew if I opened my mouth, there was gonna be a problem. 'Cause I was that mad. I was like, don't do it. And I'm still arguing with myself, still trying to call out, because I'm still alive. The fight was still going. She died. The raid was dying. It was me and the 2 tanks, and then it was me and the 1 tank. It was me and our Death Knight tank. And oh my god, I fought till the fucking bitter end, and I'm trying to dot the goddamn boss. While still trying to drop mana totems, and I'm doing everything I can on fucking cooldowns, and I'm like, I'm not fucking going down. We've got this boss almost, I think we're down to like 5%, 3% or something. And then I went down, and I'm like, god damn it. And somebody rage quit, and I think her husband rage quit when he died and logged out. And I'm like he quit the game. He didn't like quit the guild at that point, but he like rage quit and logged out when he died. And I'm like, well, that was rather unnecessary. And and at that point I was like, who the fuck was that? And somebody said, I'm like, whatever. And so it's like, because I thought it was one of our other hotheads who I was used to doing that at times, because I knew when that person got frustrated, like they were prone to doing that. So it was just something that I was used to happening, but it wasn't the person who I thought it was. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, the fight wasn't over yet. I don't know why the fuck they did that. I guess they thought it was done, but it's not done till everybody's dead, and we still had all the NPCs up. I don't know how, but we fucking did. And then it was down to the Death Knight tank and the NPCs. And don't you fucking know, the Death Knight tank went down, and 2 seconds later the NPCs killed the boss, and everybody got a fucking achievement except the dude that rage quit. And we like just fucking cheered. It was such a fantastic moment. And then the wife went and opened her mouth again and just kind of killed the moment and basically told us like how terrible we were. And I was like, oh honey, do we want to do this right here right now? Because I was still on cloud 9, because we fucking did it. We got it. And I'm like, we are fucking saving this raid lock. And at least for a while. And I was just like, what? And I'm like, really? I was so floored that she couldn't even just shut her mouth. And I was so tempted to say, well, gee, that's like big words coming from somebody that didn't do what they told everybody else to do, because I fucking saw you do it. But I wasn't recording it, so I couldn't throw video, like, back in the face and say, I fucking saw you. Was this not your character? And I was so mad. And I'm just like, don't open your mouth. And, like, being co-guild leader, I probably should have opened my mouth, but the husband didn't say anything either, and I knew if I tried to say something, he probably would have told me to shut up just for right now.
Hey, I would have been politer than that.
No, not in the chat, but you would have said to me, stop, like, not now. But, because, you know, emotions run high and that sort of thing, and you don't want to say something that you're gonna regret saying later, and I do get that.
Well, that plus, you know, that was, oh god, which raid was it, did you say?
It was SOO.
Yeah, and that was the very first boss, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't the first boss.
It wasn't?
I don't think
so. The one with the dragon that lands at the end with fireballs?
Yeah, was that the first boss?
Yeah, that's the first boss.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't remember. Okay, I didn't remember if that was the first one or not.
But
I thought it was further in.
During that time, even getting that boss down was a big deal, because that was before they started nerfing stuff.
Yeah.
So it was a big freaking deal, and I didn't say anything because I didn't want to ruin the moment for everybody else.
Yeah, and like, it was awesome, you know, and we were a fucking group of goddamn Care Bears is what I'd like to call us, because, you know, big deal, we got it down, or big deal, we didn't get it down, you know, who the fuck cares? And that was kind of the start of things, because then, like, we had a retro raid night, like once a month or something, where we would go back and do old content, or, you know, just shit to just not have to worry about raid homework and stuff. And, because, you know, I was working full-time overnights, and the family was like, well, we want to be one of the, you know, the top end guilds on the server, and I almost fell out of my chair when they said it, as I was like, what? That family, the one kid barely showed up. He would hit yes to the invitations to sign up for the raid that night, and then go out with his girlfriend and never said a word to anybody that he wasn't actually going to show. And that pissed me off to no end. And because we're sitting there waiting, and I'm like saying to the father, I'm like, is he coming or not? And he goes, I don't know, he didn't say anything to me. And he goes, probably not, he walked out the door to go see his girlfriend like 10 minutes ago. And I'm like, right, this is the group that wants to be high-end raiders. And I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. And it was just fucking insane. And I'm just thinking in the back of my mind, you all want to be high-end raiders. You know you'd be fucking kicked off that high-end raid team that night if you didn't fucking show up with no excuse, no warning, no heads up, nothing. Because lack of communication really pissed me off. I don't care if something came up and you couldn't make it, but all of the rest of the team is taking time out to fucking show up. Could you at least respect everybody else's time and say, hey, I mean, emergencies aside, but, you know, hey, I forgot, I have this thing I have to go do, or something came up. You know, people knew how to get a hold of me, and, you know, just let me know that you're not fucking coming, so I'm not sitting there waiting 45 minutes to an hour before we decide to go do something else and adjust plans. So, I mean, just let's respect everybody's time, please. And, it got so stupid, and then they're like, well, we want to be the high-end raiders on the guild. And I said, all right, well, you all are going to start doing raid homework then. I'm not going to be doing all of the work. I work overnight. I am exhausted when I come home. I'm going to assign a raid boss to you that we're going to be trying to work on that week. Somebody is going to get the assignment. Somebody is going to have to explain it to everybody. This is what we're going to do, so I know that you all are fucking doing your shit, instead of waiting 5 minutes before raid to be looking up a guide, or as we're pulling the boss trying to read a fucking strategy on how the fuck to take it down. I was like, come on now. because when I was assigning it to everybody, nobody was doing it. So then I was making that a person, whoever's turn it was that week, to verbally explain it to everybody. And I'm like, come on, step the fuck up. You know, if you guys are serious about this, let's go. Put the work in. You don't just become a high-end raider. You have to put the work in. These guys that are on the high-end guilds, they're treating it like a full-time fucking job. Like, they're in PTRs. They're running practices. Like, you guys don't seem to get the amount of work that they're putting in behind the scenes. Like, yeah, I think you just wanted the notoriety. I don't think you quite understand the level of commitment that fucking entails. And I just wanted to be a Care Bear. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. You want to do this? Let's do this. This is what it's going to involve. So then, you know, we hadn't been doing anything on heroics because I knew we couldn't fucking do it. We were struggling on normal. We're going to get heroics done. So one night on a retro raid night, their spokesperson for the family decides to tell me, hey, so we feel like you're holding us back. And I almost did a spit take across my fucking monitor. And I'm like, what? And they're like, well, we think you're holding us back. You know, we don't go back and do anything on heroic. We're always doing regular, and then we move on. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, it's because you can't fucking handle heroic. And I'm like, what? Why should we do heroic if we can barely get normal done? And I'm like, I've got all these, like, inner snark running at this comment, and I'm just like, okay. So I got really pissed off that night because I'm like, you think I'm holding you back. Because again, they're running with these 25-man groups and they can hide in the background and don't have to deal with the fact that it doesn't matter if they're not pulling their weight because there's 24 other people that are probably blowing up the DPS meters. And these other groups have this on farm. They know what they're doing. They've put the work in. And I'm just like, bitch, please. And I'm just like, you've got to be kidding me. And so it was retro raid night. And I'm like, alright, fine. I'm holding you back. Let's go. This raid, current raid, we're gonna do it on heroic. Does anybody know the first fight on heroic? Dead fucking silence. I was like, well, you better go look it up because this is what we're gonna do. If you think I'm holding you back, let's go. Right now. Let's go. Nobody's prepared, but let's go. I was like, it's not the same fight on heroic as it is normal. It's more involved. Couldn't get the even first boss down. And it was a boss that we had down on normal at that point. But the fight was 10 times more complicated on heroic. And I had lost my shit at that point. I was not in the mood. I was like, fuckers, I'm not holding you back. You are not at a level that can handle the next thing. Like, I've seen you guys play. I'm fucking raid healing you. I'm watching the health bars. It's the same people that are bitching that I'm holding you back that are the ones that are tanking the floor because they can't get out of their own fucking way. And I'm just like, okay. Sure. Let's go. So I made them like, alright, fine then. We never did heroic mode again on anything, by the way.
I thought they tried again.
If they did, I wasn't there. I'll put it that way. Because we tried to get that fight down, and they couldn't understand that they had to do like 10 different things at once, and people that had aggro on one of these stupid stone dogs, they had to run to each other because 2 stone dogs were active at the same time. Like the DPS wasn't there, the coordination wasn't there, and 2/3 of the raid tunnel visioned. And I'm okay with that on a normal day. Any day of the week. I don't care. I really don't care if we're in there for hours dying. I don't give a shit. I'm there to hang out with everybody. And for us to laugh at how stupid our fuck-ups are. For me, that was what raid night was about. Just to fucking chill and blow off some steam. But then you're gonna come in here and tell me that I'm holding you back. That all of you think I'm holding you back. Because we're not running shit on heroic. And I'm like, what? So then I'm like, okay, let's go. Fall on our faces then. It's gonna be harder. It's gonna be harder. Like, I just wanted to, you know, chill out at the end of the week, because raid night was my first night off of the week, and let's just fucking do this. Let's kick back. Let's have some fun. Let's make asses of ourselves. If we get some loot, cool. If we don't, well, at least we got to hang out with each other. You know, I didn't take it that seriously, because it was a game, and it was supposed to be fun. And we weren't a raiding guild. We were a casual guild that sometimes raided, and which I had a really hard time getting the point across to some people. That kept coming in and trying to make us a full-fledged raiding guild. I kind of let it slide with this family, because they were like 2/3 of the raid group. And they seemed okay outside of that. So I was like, alright, well, maybe I gave them too much leeway. And I was really kind of mad. So we were coming into the next expansion. And, you know, there's always the end of X-Pack doldrums where, you know, people are doing whatevers, and, you know, I think either the day the X-Pack launched or the night before. I can't remember which it was. Maybe it was like 2 days before the Warlords of Draenor dropped. It was somewhere around in there. I load in and I have in-game mail, and I'm like, huh, what's this? So I'm looking at it, and the spokesperson for the family sent me an in-game mail saying that they still felt like I was holding them back, and they were going back to their original server, and they were going back to their horde characters, and that they were going to start their own raiding guild, and it's been fun, okay, thanks, bye. Basically. Was the gist of it. I don't remember what all the wording was entirely. I know I was like, what?
It was politely worded, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't nasty. So there was that. But I'm like, you couldn't have told me in voice chat? Like, I had not blown up at anybody in voice chat. Even after the stunt that family pulled with one of our longtime people.
I'm still angry about.
Yeah, one of our longtime friends who we had brought in the guild.
Well, this one's my fault. So, basically, when they started on their kick of, oh, I want to be a real hardcore
You might
raider.
have to come closer. I don't know.
Fair enough. Usually my voice carries, but now you get to hear the soothing sound of the husband voice.
Jesus.
But back when we were doing that and they said, oh, we want to be real raiders, I said, fine, but that means you guys gotta take responsibility for failure, and if someone can't keep up, you guys gotta be involved in removing them. And they said, sure, okay, and everyone agreed to it. So we go through one raid, and after that raid, you just put the thing in the wrong place, didn't you?
No. The thing that brought that up was that that I can't remember if it was if that incident happened that night, or if we really needed another and we talked her into coming with us, and it happened that night. Where the fuck were we?
No, she was regular part when she could be.
No. I think the incident in question was a fucking flubbed mispull, because.
Well, okay. What matters is she underperformed because she wasn't good.
She was very distracted during raid time.
She had a lot of distraction problems. The thing that happened is, you remember how that one person went all the fuck way over there, and that's why we got pissed at her? This one instead did an S-curve throughout the entire team before going all the fuck over there, and still managing to miss it even though they passed through the team twice. So, she wasn't very good. Didn't matter when we were regular, but this is a hardcore guild now, right? You guys want to do this, right? So I pull everyone into a meeting and I say, hey, she's underperforming. She has a history of underperforming. should we get rid of her? They all start pussing out. Oh, I don't think we should do that. I said, okay, but you guys want to be a hardcore raid guild. You want to get done, right? That means getting rid of underperformers, don't it? And they say, yeah. So basically, they wanted their cake and eat it too.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't willing. They wanted her to not fuck up, okay, which wasn't going to happen. And then when the alternative was to get rid of her, they were okay with it, but they didn't want their names on it.
Yeah.
They didn't want to be part of making that decision.
I made one of them show up. I think we made the family spokesperson show up, and we were sitting there as witnesses. Or at least I was in the chat as a witness.
Because we pulled them in and we had a discussion and we told them, look, everyone wants to get all gung-ho and start advancing and everything, and that means we have to, tighten things up. And, sorry, and I still feel bad about it.
So do I, because she actually showed up every goddamn week most of the time. Unless she wasn't feeling well. And I think she might have had some ADHD issues.
She had massive ADHD issues.
But, I mean, at least she fucking tried, and she showed up. And I really didn't think that was the right call. I really think she should have stayed, because none of them were fucking doing anything.
Well, let's be honest. At that point, the guild was already starting to fall apart. It was only a matter of time.
But, I mean, I'm like, you fuckers talk real big, but you won't follow the fuck through.
You won't join in your part of the responsibility that you agreed to.
Yeah, like
that. It's not like because I'm getting rid of them, I need you to be involved. It's because you agreed to be a part of this decision-making process because you wanted some leadership.
And they weren't happy with how she was playing it. They were getting mad. And because she did cause a couple of unnecessary wipes, like the one time we were on a bridge and we were getting ready to pull the next set of trash, and I think we were on a potty break, and we were waiting for a couple of people to come back, and all of a sudden I see her character just run right across the screen diagonally and like right into the next set of trash. I'm like, what the fuck was that? She's like, sorry, I leaned forward to pet the cat and I hit my keyboard. And I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, we were frustrated, but it was also kind of funny at the same time. But, I mean, they were really pissed. And I'm like, yeah, okay. But this coming from the group that they wanted the clout. They wanted the ego boost of being the shit that like, we're the top guild on the server and all that shit. But they couldn't perform to top guild levels. And I'm like, y'all, you have to put the work in. And you're not.
And the best part for me, one of them played a mage.
Oh god, here we go.
I was out of the raid for quite some time because my work schedule didn't match up to raid day. And I was going to come back and I'm like, I don't really want to tank.
Yeah, he was one of our main tanks.
I was tired of tanking.
Your anxiety
for years. And I didn't want to tank for these assholes anymore. So I said, okay, let me bring my mage in. One of the guys who was the biggest asshole was talking so big about how great he was and how awesome his numbers were and how great everything was when they were in this other raid. And so I start playing on my mage, and just not only do I blow him out of the water on the meter, not only that, but I didn't die to shit. The guy would die to the damnedest stupid thing.
To be fair.
Still, he would get carried through all the damage. The healer would have to focus him to keep him alive, and he still couldn't get anywhere close to my numbers.
To be fair, he did say he had a lazy eye.
I do not care. That is a fucking excuse and a bad excuse. If you have a lazy eye, that justifies him not noticing pop-ups for the warning thing. That's fine. Whatever. That doesn't change your fucking rotation, especially considering he was one of those assholes who bitched because I used the fucking mouse and you're supposed to play it with a keyboard.
Oh, he was one of the dirty clicker groups. I don't remember.
And all I can think is, dude, you die constantly, and you never match my numbers. What is your fucking deal?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I take a lot of flack because when I play, I'm a mouse player.
God, that still makes me angry.
I can tell. But, yeah, I would always get people coming into my stream when I was streaming WoW. They're like, oh, you're using a mouse? You're a clicker? Oh. And I'm just like, yeah, what of it?
Well, to be fair, they haven't really done that in a long time.
No, it was a while ago, but, it's like, yeah, so. I've made it to 60 on how many characters now, and with my mouse, and haven't died.
Just with all the elitist shit. I'm sorry, I'm still on it.
Yeah. Go sit down. Time out.
All his elitist shit, and he couldn't fucking even perform in a small group of losers.
Walk it off, bitch.
It's not like we were the great group. We were all fucking shitheels.
We were casual Care Bears and liked it that way. It was more fun.
This friendly, happy-go-lucky interlude was presented to you by the husband. Go,
yes.
husband.
Yes, go sit down, husband. Go sit down.
Fucking shit mage.
But yeah, that person, that mage, was also someone who volunteered to call stuff out for the group so that I wasn't doing 25 different things in the middle of the raid trying to heal at the same time. And they're like, well, I'll call out. And I paused when I was like, can you handle calling out? Because I had known about their problem at that point. And they're like, yeah, I can handle that. And I'm like, okay. So they said they were going to call out. And that night, it was dead silent in the chat. And I'm like, who's supposed to be calling shit out? And they're like, oh, right, I am. Okay. I'm like, guys, this isn't a library. If you're calling shit out, call the shit out. Because I can't hear anybody calling anything out. I don't hear anybody saying shit. It's dead silence in this voice chat. Like, what the hell? And I was like, calling stuff out requires verbal commands. I'm not hearing anything. And still dead silent. I'm like, did your headset die? Are you not hitting your push to talk button? Like, what's happening? Talk to me here. And then they're like, oh no. And then they're like, oh right, I'm supposed to, yeah, because you tunnel visioned and you weren't doing the call outs. And I got mad like halfway through the boss fight and just started calling shit out again. Because people weren't getting their debuff warnings and stuff, and debuffs were being dropped in the middle of the raid, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And okay. And then they're like, I told you I was gonna call stuff out. I'm like, but you weren't though, were ya? So
I'm sorry the way you said that.
Like,
but you weren't, were ya?
And I'm like, you gotta verbalize. You can't tunnel vision. And then they're like, okay, well, I'm not gonna call stuff out then. And I'm like, come on now. Are you like smoke signaling and I just don't see the thing? Are you calling stuff out to those in the room with you? I didn't think you all were in the same room. I thought you guys weren't even in the same house, to be perfectly honest, but okay. So I'm just like, verbally talk, guys. Like, that's what calling out means. But, you know, it was just like, and then to have an email in-game that was like across 3 different emails because they couldn't fit it all into one. I was just like, really? And then, like, when they were like, oh, no hard feelings, and,
we'll
still be friends, and then every single one of them removed me from their friends list because I couldn't see them on the friends list anymore. And I'm like, wow, harsh. Like without even really hearing my side of it at all, and for the reasoning about why I was doing the things that I was doing. And I'm just like, okay, I had gone back in a couple of their characters that, and one of our other raiders left with them. I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I don't feel like raiding anymore right now anyway. And
who left with them?
V went with them.
Oh, I forgot about that, but hadn't he stopped pretty much playing?
No, not yet.
Oh no, I'm thinking of Twin, that's right.
Yeah, no. That was a different rogue. That was the other server. So one of our other raiders went with him, and we hadn't yet replaced the husband and wife hunter healer after their drama, they like quit the guild, and I was like, see ya.
Which, you know, fair enough.
I was glad that they left, because I wasn't dealing with that shit anymore. I was gonna have to pull them aside if they had stayed. In fact, I think the day I was planning on pulling them aside and talking to them, they had left, and I was like, alright, fine, whatever. But, so it happened to you two, even though we didn't really do raids, we ran dungeons and quested together. The dungeons is what made the drama come out. The co-guild leader didn't like our guildie dictating who wasn't a leader. Like, I'm okay with people doing input and bringing ideas forth and stuff, but don't be dressing the entire group down like you're the leader. Like, you weren't the raid leader, you weren't the guild leader, you weren't
competent.
you were my second floor tank in that I could rely upon tanking the floor. I had one that I could always count on to tank the floor, but they were a warrior and they were squishy and they knew it. That was also somebody that we would joke about with. Like, they were fine with it. They knew they tunnel visioned and had trouble getting out of their own way. Like, that was fine. They didn't care. They're like, whatever. It was fine. They didn't care that we made jokes about it. They helped joke about it. I think they're the ones that started the joking about it, to be perfectly honest, because they didn't want to hurt their feelings at first, but they're like, no, I know, I'm the greatest floor tank ever, because, like, when we were doing raid check, I'm like, okay, is our floor tank ready? And they're like, yes! And so it was a joke. So, but, you know, I don't like it when you come in and you act like if they were a better player and a higher caliber player, which I don't know why a higher caliber player would have stuck around with the stumbling through learning everything guild that we were, like, it would have been different, but I'd seen them play. Like, when you heal the raid, when you're healing the tanks and you're watching the health bars, like, that's what I mostly have done is heal. So it's ingrained in my head to watch the health bars. Even when it wasn't my targets, I was still watching the entirety overall to see if the other healer was struggling, or, you know, I needed to help them if they were getting low on mana, if I needed to take over for a second on their targets. I mean, you start to watch everything, and you get a feel for how people are playing when it's the same people repeatedly that are going down hard and fast. Not the strongest players. Maybe they tunnel vision, maybe something's going on, maybe their internet connection sucks. We had one person that would constantly lag out 3 seconds after bosses were pulled for a while. We didn't kick them, though. You know, because some nights their internet would behave, and then I think they finally gave up and were like, yeah, whatever. Or maybe we said, hey, how about you take a back seat until your internet connection improves. We're not removing you, it's just we need somebody that can do the DPS, and if you're lagging so hard that you're DCing and you can't even, you know, get a spell off, then that's a bit of a problem for everybody. And I think they were okay with it.
Was it?
Bin.
Okay, yeah, I remember now.
And I think they were sad, but they understood. And I'm like, dude, I'm not removing you from the team. It's just, you know, you're more than happy to come along. Just as soon as you get your internet sorted and you're not lagging to,
was
like,
that the one on the mountain?
I don't remember. I know they had like 3 frames per second during the boss fights sometimes, or like 10 frames per second as soon as we pulled. I know one of our people, whenever we were in different parts of ICC, they had to look at the floor. They couldn't point their camera up or they would lag out half the time. But, you know, we found ways to work around it. But, you know. So that's kind of how she was, and we addressed it, and she stopped and decided she didn't want to get in chat anymore, and then he kicked her without talking to the rest of the guild leaders. You had a healer give up on you once because of it, but the issue was I wasn't geared for the run, which is why we were running it. Okay, that's kind of bullshit. If they know that you're not geared for the run and they're running it to get you gear and then they give up on healing you, that's kind of bullshit.
That is very much bullshit.
Like, if I know somebody is not geared and that they're gonna take a shit ton of damage going into it, we either have a dedicated healer on them, or I kindly and respectfully ask, hey, you're gonna die a lot. Can you maybe hang towards the back while we try to get some gear to drop for you so you're not taking quite so much damage? Or don't be mad. Oh, you were tanking. Okay, well, that's different. So, I mean, if you're tanking, you kind of have to be up front. But, yeah, like, maybe put a healer into half on them.
Wait, I have to ask, what era was that? Because, couldn't someone volunteer to tank in your stead and just let you have the tank gear? Or was that one of the eras where you had to sign up for the role in order to get the shit?
I think that, well, I might have, if it was dungeon, so you had to be in the tank role.
Oh, okay, yeah.
To get the tank gear. Because
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was a raid.
No, that was a gear. Dungeon. Oh, see, I haven't.
Okay.
Yeah, you had to be in the role. Sorry. The laugh isn't about that. The laugh's about something else. So, like I said earlier, I mostly have healed the majority of the time that I have played. And I ran discipline. However, discipline, they've fucked with discipline quite a lot since I had started playing it. And it got to the point in BFA. No. Legion, I believe, was actually the X-Pack. Where... Hang on, I'm trying to remember my expansions. I think it was Legion, because the husband had stopped playing most of the time, and then he would occasionally resub for a little bit, and we'd do some stuff together. And then...
I would pity sub for her to have company.
Yeah, because most of the guild wasn't there. And we had moved servers at one point because shit was being stupid on the other server, and so we didn't really... Like, we had people wanting to join, but they were on a different server, even though the servers... Like, I think it was before server mergers happened, and so if you were on a different... Like, the different servers were in the same chats, but different servers couldn't join each other's guilds at that point or something. And so we'd get people interested in wanting to join the guild, and then they find out that we're not on their server, or the right connected server or some shit, and then they couldn't actually join the guild. So I was kind of on my own for a while. And I hadn't really done any dungeons at all in WoD because we had lost the guild. I think I did like 2 or something. And I was starting to get like really anxiety ridden over healing because I didn't like the state that discipline was in, and my only other healer option was shaman, and I was okay on shaman, but it wasn't what I wanted to run right then. And the husband's like, well, look, if healing gives you such anxiety, go DPS. And I'm like, I don't know. I've never dungeoned as DPS. Like, I don't know these fights. I'm always standing in the back just trying not to stand in anything. And, you know, healing people. I don't know DPS rotation. Certainly not on this priest. I hate Shadow. So he's like, well, we'll roll a mage. He goes, I'll help you figure it out. So we were trying to get me in a rotation. I think I was in Frost. And so I had the little elemental, and I get super nervous in the dungeons, especially a dungeon I didn't really know. And because I hadn't really done very many dungeons at that point. This actually might have been BFA. It doesn't matter. But, we got in the queue. Like, I'd been looking at icy veins and reading different rotation strategies and stuff, and I get flustered when I get nervous, so sometimes I forget to hit stuff in the exact order that it should be hit. And we ended up in a dungeon group through Dungeon Finder that was the group from fucking hell. Apparently it was like 3 people or 2 people that knew each other. I don't know if all 3 of them knew or not, and they were just filling the 2 blank spaces, and they were speed running. And I was like, oh my god, what is happening? And I'm trying to keep up. They were dodging trash patrols. I had a pet with me.
Which one was it that had the Coterans and everything?
That was BFA.
Okay, this was BFA then, because I remember that was the dungeon. That's when they suddenly started making the dungeon pathing really fucking complex.
Yeah, like the trash was like weaving in and out around pillars, and I didn't know this dungeon. I had not done it before, ever, in any capacity. And I had the frost pet, and the tank is weaving around trash pulls instead of just fucking killing it. And they were quick patrols where they were dodging here and then they were running back and then they were running back. So if you weren't like under the tank's ass, you were gonna get pulled. And trying to get around the stuff. And so because I had my pet with me, I guess our internet was just like a second too slow. And even though I ran when the tank ran, the patrol like smacked right into the tail end of my pet or the tail end of me. And then they're bitching, who the fuck's pulling the trash? And I'm like, well, it ran into me. If you would have just killed it, it wouldn't have been an issue. And then we get to the next boss, or the first boss fight, and I'm trying to figure out my rotation. I'm trying to hit it. I had to keep moving. You know, mages suck when you have to keep moving, because a lot of your spells are stand in place. You can't cast them on moving. You've got that one button that can hit to cast and move, but it's got a longer cooldown. And I was so overloaded with trying to not stand in anything and trying to get the rotation down in a hurry, and everything's like going to hell. And I survived the fight, and then somebody starts bitching about the shitty DPS. And they were talking like I wasn't there. And I was like, oh god, you know, and I'm like starting to have like a fucking meltdown, because I'm like, oh god, you know, see, and like I'm telling the husband, see, I told you I can't do this. I'm no good at DPSing this. And he goes, no, you're fine, you're learning it. And just as I started to type to say, sorry guys, I'm learning DPS on this. This is the first dungeon I've done on this. I was suddenly back outside. And I was like, what? I was back where I had been questing, being ripped apart by murlocs that had respawned in. And I realized that they had vote kicked me. And I was like, oh my god. So, they were just so hell-bent on rush to get the dungeon done. I'm like, why the fuck are you even in Dungeon Finder? Number one, if you're gonna be speedrunning this shit, just grab 2 people from your server or whatever and just go in manually. And, or, you know, say up front, hey, we're gonna be speedrunning, is everybody okay with that? And tell them. And I'm just like sitting there, so I'm like a fucking blubbering mess. I'm like, I'm not doing this anymore. And that was the last dungeon I ever tried to run.
The real funny part, I was doing the tanking, and it was
no, you weren't tanking, you were on your mage too. We were both mages in there.
The one I remember you quitting on was the one where I was tanking it, because that was the only way I could get you to go into it. That was me healing. And then you never tried it again until that time. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, because that was, what was the one where you had to go up on all the tree houses and stuff? I think Pandaria?
Tree houses?
Yeah, with the Oroka or whatever. You don't remember that one?
Oroka would have been Burning Crusade.
No, there was another set of bird people. And I'm trying to remember which expansion it was.
Oh, what the fuck you're talking about?
I want to say it was Pandaria, but I just remember...
There weren't Oroka in Pandaria.
There was some other expansion with bird fucking people. I can't tell you what the actual bird people were. I don't remember.
That might have been Warlords of Draenor.
It might have been. Yeah.
There was like a Phoenix Firebird fight. But I think I was healing that.
Yeah.
But
that was the one. Because they had stuff leading up to that.
Yeah. They're saying Draenor. But Spires of Iraq.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I hated that one.
Yeah, that was the last one I remember doing with you. And I was tanking that one. And at the time, you couldn't get a tank for anything.
I think that was because I didn't want to heal on my own blindly because I didn't know any of the dungeons.
Oh, that's right.
Because I was nervous about blindly walking in to heal a dungeon when nobody I knew was in the the group. Because I have my own little bundle of anxiety issues. But not quite as bad as the husband's, but still pretty bad at times. They're bad in their own way. But yeah, it's like, because, you know, I didn't want to get bitched out for not healing people right and stuff. But yeah, that was the last dungeon I ever did was BFA. That one that I got kicked out of. And I'm like, well, I'm done dungeoning. So then I just kind of threw all of my energy into, like, WoW challenges stuff and all that. But now we've got this one roof panel done. And we're going to stop here tonight. Because I just realized it's 9:30 and I haven't had dinner yet. I haven't had anything to eat yet. And I didn't get up till like 3:30. But I'm hungry and I need to eat. I got to run in my mouth and wasn't paying attention to time. But I wanted to finish this panel anyway. So it worked out. But we got the one side done. So cool. That means next Sunday we'll start on the other side of the roof panel. And it kind of looks like Necco wafers. Kinda. The colors are right.
I think it's close enough.
The colors are right. So,
some of them are as round as a square, but that's gonna happen.
Oh, we are making a 3D gingerbread house display scene. So, kind of like a diorama, but not exactly. So, here, let me zoom us out here. Camera's gonna get weird. You're probably gonna see...
Of course, gingerbread houses by default are not 3D, as we all know.
It's not a flat scene. Ass. So let me see. Let me get my shit here. My plethora of shit. So, this is a big project for us. So we're needle felting. This is the base that's not done. Let's see if I can get it in here. Well, it's partially in here. Like I said, the base is bigger than my workspace. So the house is going to sit here, and we've got our Christmas tree that's going to sit here. And I'm going to try to needle felt some gingerbread people. Cats keep knocking this down, so I keep getting shit in this. And, you know, my hair sheds. But, so I've got, this side's pretty much done with its snow. I have to add some higher snowbanks around where the house is going to be. But, so this is the base where everything is going to sit. And then we have our gingerbread house that we put all of the sides together on. Is going to sit here, right? So it's kind of a funny angle to see it at. But we've got our, there we go. We've got our, we've got the front of our house and we've got our sides. Now the house itself isn't very decorated. And my walls aren't that sturdy. So when we go to put the roof on, we're going to take some dowels and I'm going to attach one down to here up to the point and then one on the other side just to give this a little bit more sturdiness and maybe one in each corner just so that the weight of the roof doesn't collapse it down. But so then that'll sit there and then we'll have our little, hang on, let me turn this around so we can see it a little bit better. So the horse is in the way. Let me grab my, everything's in the way. So, stay. So we'll have our little display thingy. House will sit here. We'll have a little path going there. We'll have our tree here. You know, we have to clean up the roof a little bit. We have to cut the excess fabric off, but roof will kind of be on there like this, and we'll add some more snow to the roof and all of that jazz. So I probably should have went with a smaller board, but you know.
Oh, you want to see
yeah. Workspace is limited.
Yeah.
My camera's all funky now, but you know, we're working on it. It's one of my longer projects, but that's okay. So next week we'll start in on the other half of the roof. And yeah, you know, it's just I was kind of going for like Necco-y wafer kind of look, at least with the colors. Kind of works. When I get it cut off of this piece of felt, when we go to attach it, I'm going to add some extra fiber fill that I've been using as the snow on here. I'm going to hot glue that on to the roof line where the two sections are going to meet, and then I'll probably take some down the edges. I still have a chimney to put together to try to stick on top of here. I don't know if I have my angles cut right on it yet. And then, you know, we'll add some more of the fluff to the edges here, and just, you know, make it feel a little more snowified. And I'm probably not going to glue both sides of the roof on. I might only glue one side so you can lift it up and have a little hidden candy stash. But you know, so that's kind of what we're working on right now. And when I get this done, then I've got Christmas ornaments for the parents I have to try to put together. And I still have to make the husband's Christmas present. But I'm not going to be able to do that on stream. I'll have to do that when he's not awake. No, it's okay. We'll do that one off stream. In the wee hours that I'm awake anyway. But yeah, so that's what we're working on. That's the state of the project that we're in. Next stream schedule for this week is going to be Thursday. I'm off Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday husband has D&D, so I can't really stream during that. And Tuesday and Wednesday are the days that he has to hang out with our friend when his school schedule allows. So Thursday's next stream day. We're going to be back in Coral Island. Be picking up where we left off from last week, and I'm having all sorts of fun. I can't wait to see what we can get into next. So it's the new farming sim. Kind of pretty close to Stardew Valley, but not in its own way. And then Friday we'll be back in Planet Zoo, finishing up our new restaurant that we got on the wheel when we spun last week. So Planet Zoo, I'm doing a random wheel zoo where we spin a wheel with things on it that we have to build, and whatever it lands on, we're building it unless we got the same thing back to back. If that happens, I have the option to spin again. This is the third time I've gotten restaurant, so hopefully after we finish this one, we get something else. And Saturday, I'm on the Wild Challenges podcast this week. We were talking about beta testing part 2. And then Sunday, we will be back at it with our gingerbread house thing next Sunday and Monday. So, I need to go have dinner. Let me see if anybody is on my list here. No, not really. So, we'll just call it here tonight. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. It was lovely chatting with you, Frizzle. And I will catch you later. Don't forget to like and follow in all of the places down below. We've got the YouTube channel, which is NiseyBGN, the Twitter at NiseyBGN. We have the Kofi page, which is where the art shop is now for those that, and also for those that want to donate but not through Twitch. Because I know some people are funny about donating through Twitch. So we have Kofi that goes to my PayPal. And I'm starting to get the stuff from the Etsy store listed over there. It's just taking me a while because I don't have time to do the listings yet. I think I've got 3 things up on the Kofi site available for purchase at the moment. So yeah, all of the things. Oh, and I'm also on Instagram, NiseyBGN there too. But there's not a whole lot on the Insta. It's more of like a smaller gallery than the Kofi page has of stuff that we've created. So with that, I'm gonna go. You guys have a good night. Have a great week. I hope to see you guys on Thursday. Tag me in whatever you're creating. That's fine. I'd love to see what people are doing. You can do Insta or Twitter, whatever. So have a great night. I'm gonna go eat and do the things, and I'll catch you on Thursday. Bye, guys.